Yeah. That'll be nice. I want to bus. Yeah, I do too. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I haven't calculated the costs out of that yet, but we'll see. I'm sure we'll make it work. We'll make it work. How about it's not bad. Yeah, I think we can make it work. I think it's a tough enough decision. I don't think I'll take a break.
That's right. I didn't have to. And I just like right in front of me. I couldn't get home unless it was oh, I'm sure he'll be.
It's horrendous.
It's the tourists. The clock difference, like
Yeah, once that was faster, right? Slower. Sometimes it's time passes. Well, this is important.
Yeah. What kind of but my yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah.
Plenty of others that I forgot. Oh, okay. You did say that. I remember that now. We'll wait till she gets here to make sure we're all ready to go. We'll wait for this.
Yeah. No, I missed it. I would question when I talked to him, Holland, that we talked to him, it sounded like because of the timing, he really wasn't considering damage.
So I didn't, but then I saw it did anyway, so. I don't really agree with you.
Okay.
So
I just-
That's what I meant.
Are we all ready to go? That's right. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Ready, Commissioner? Oh. This meeting of the Livingston City Commission is called to order. May we have roll call, please?
Chairperson Bennett.
Present.
Commissioner Vogel. Here. Commissioner Friedman.
Present.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Present.
Commissioner Glazer.
Present. We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Can you rise for the pledge of allegiance? Oh, right over here. Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, our first item on the agenda tonight, as usual, are our consent items. Is there a motion from the commission for consent items?
Mr. Chair, make a motion, we pass consent items A and B.
1 second.
So motion by Commissioner Friedman, second by Commissioner Hoagland. Roll call, please.
Chairperson Bennett.
Yes?
Commissioner Vogel. Yes. Commissioner Friedman.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Or?
Commissioner Glazer.
Or. Motion passes. All right, there are no proclamations. There is, however, one scheduled public comment, and that is a presentation from West on proposed replacement antenna on North Hill. Are they here? Okay, great. No, you're scheduled, so you're good to go.
Okay. I'm Jesse DuPont. I work for TCT. We're a parent company.
Jesse, can you move the microphone up so that everyone can hear?
Very much.
Oh, well, not till.
Yeah,
You're a technological guy, I would figure. And
we'll turn knobs and
yeah, exactly. Wires.
how's that?
Perfect.
Okay. I'm Jesse DuPont. I work with TCT. Work for TCT. We're the parent company of Wisp West. We just acquired Wisp West in early this year. And this is
Nate Steinke. I'm the wireless engineer there and the general manager.
So our purpose today is to request to replace the aged wood pole on North Hill with steel tower structure. So we have a small PowerPoint presentation, if we may.
Certainly. That was-
Just click on number 2.
3 over.
On to next one.
Yeah, next one over. There you go.
That might work. Yeah. You can go to the next slide. So as stated, our intent is to replace that pole. There's numerous reasons why, which we'll get to in just a moment, but essentially, in addition to replacing the wood pole, we'd like to set a small structure there, put equipment in. Today it's in a large cabinet, multiple cabinets that are attached to the pole. And then also we'd like the ability to fence around that to provide a little extra security at the site. So per section 9 of the lease, we're bringing this request in front of you all. Next slide. So there are the primary reasons why. There are some safety concerns that we have as we work on the pole. It has climbing pegs that go up the pole, but that pole's, does anybody know how long that pole's been there? Quite some time.
25.
25 years.
For 1925.
Exactly. It's been there for quite some time, and as you know, a lot of power companies will run wood poles for quite a large number of years. But so we have a few safety concerns on that pole. And to be honest, the pole is a little bit of an eyesore. It's been there a long time. I'm sure people are used to it, but it still kind of stands out there on the go. And we're looking to increase the reliability of that site within the network. And doing so will be much easier to accomplish with an actual steel tower structure. So we can go next slide. I just talked a little bit about some of the upgrades that we have planned for the site. All of these upgrades, without getting technical, are related to increasing capacity, improving reliability, making it so we can deliver more reliable service, so on and so forth. So, and I do have pictures so we can get an idea of what that looks like. But essentially, it's a 40-foot freestanding tower, 2 foot wide at the base, 1 foot wide at the top. Tower is a standard tower rated for high winds, without ice on it, and less so when it's loaded with ice, half-inch radial ice, and so on and so forth. So let's get to the meat of it. There's a picture. So that's a rough approximation. I don't want to imply that that's exactly the scale, but that's going to be a rough approximation of the new tower compared to the pole in terms of height. It's a little bit wider, but it should actually be slightly less visible because the tower is, of course, hollow through the middle and not just a solid structure. So, and then the next slide is just a rough approximation of a site layout. The star is where the pole is today. Triangle is where we place the new tower approximately. A 10 by 10 structure, I think I drew it way too large, but it's a 10 by 10 structure is kind of what we're proposing. And fencing coming off the end of the structure to encompass the tower itself. Just to kind of make it so it keeps the honest people honest when it comes to messing with cables and stuff. So, but that is essentially it. So, if you have any questions that you've got.
Is there any questions from the commission to clarify the request from USD West? Commissioner Sandberg?
Can the city get a break on the internet, please?
Sure, we'll call Charter and ask them. I think you guys do Charter today.
We do.
Yeah.
Just a question though, how will this help expand your business, do you think? Or will it?
Yep, it will. So not necessarily in terms of new geographic footprint, but in terms of increasing capacity to existing footprint. So today, we have continued to install higher capacity links that go from this site to other sites. But we're at a little bit of a limit with what we can do today in terms of dish size and whatnot with the existing structure. It's just difficult to get a dish that's bigger than about 18 inches to just be steady up there on the pole. So as we increase link capacities, it becomes more paramount that those antennas don't jiggle around in the wind.
And so this will allow you to be able to do continual expansion if needed then?
Correct. Yep. And I can get into the directions we go off of there, but it's essentially all four. Or draw a circle around it and we go that way. And then the other thing it's going to allow us to do, and I touched on this briefly on the upgrade slide, but one of the things we want to bring ultimately is some higher capacity carrier class type equipment that we would use to reach subscribers with, and kind of a lightly licensed band, so that we've got a little bit more protection from unlicensed interference.
Thank you.
Sure.
The only question I would also would have that can be addressed later in the discussion is just a recommendation from the administrators. Their thoughts.
Commissioner Holcomb.
Could you explain, so the structure itself will be 10 by 10 feet, and what will that structure be made of, as well as the fencing? How much more in space is the fencing?
So the structure itself is, we are open to suggestion. If there's a desire or an opinion of the commission of the structure look a certain way, we're open to entertaining those, I should say. And as far as the fenced area goes, I should have had a 2-scale diagram, and I apologize for not. But I don't anticipate it being much larger than about 10 by 15. It's just intended to encompass the tower itself. And I haven't said it yet, but I'll say it out loud. The wood pulled in would come out. Obviously, after the tower was stood up. We wouldn't want to memorialize that thing up there any more than it has been. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, so you're adding 25 feet. Is that correct? 10 by 15, is that total, or is 10 by 10 plus 10 by 15 for
Yes.
the fencing?
Approximately.
So 25 by 10.
Yeah, as far as the surface usage goes.
There's
Yeah. And what I present here is ideal. If we had to scale back, stick with a cabinet, not pencils, we're open to those things. The important part is the structure itself, the tower itself.
Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Schwartz?
Yeah, just, that the structure blend in with the background, I think, make it go away. Be it brown, tan, whatever. And green in the spring.
Right. So put up a chameleon, you're saying, yeah.
Well, I don't
Not shiny.
need metal, but just as long as it's.
not shiny.
Yeah,
No, where it's reflecting.
Yeah, this would be galvanized, so it's a dull gray. Yeah. It's like the rest of the towers that are on the hill, to the.
Yeah, I was just talking about the structure, the tower,
The building.
obviously, it's got to be galvanized, but.
Yeah, the building itself, I got you, okay.
Yeah, the building, so to make it go away, that's all.
So painted dirt colored.
Yeah.
Bottom part dirt color, top part sky blue.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be high, it just, 8 or 9 feet tall.
Like a little garden shed looking.
Yeah, that's kind of what I assumed it'd be, something like that.
Have a flat or pitch roof. Whatever.
We don't have strong opinion about it. And pitch would be better for snow.
Right. And the fence is a chain link fence that wouldn't have barbed wire around?
No, it doesn't need to have barbed wire around it. There's really no livestock per se up there, so it's more just about, keeping curious people from messing with wires. So
It's kind of a popular location, as you might know.
For certain types of activities?
most benign of which is just watching the city at night, right?
That's right. Okay, any other questions?
I'm good.
All right, so,
Do you have anything to add?
To answer part of your question, maybe about internet to the city, we currently have a backup link provided to you guys that we're working on upgrading. So if your charter link goes out, you'll have like a backup connection to West. We can upgrade that as soon as we get this new structure in place. We'll be deploying some new equipment that'll give you a higher capacity. So if you guys do have an outage here, the charter, like I heard you guys did a few weeks ago. So all back to West West.
What's your megabit capacity now, and what do you expect it to be once you've done some upgrades?
For just the backup link here.
No, to your rural users.
Well, that's a question with a complex answer. It kind of depends on which direction we look at. But we go from here over toward the west, and that one, we actually are going to reroute that to Bozeman. But off to the south, we have doubled that capacity from what it is what the plan is. And then going off towards the airport, and without getting into specific numbers, we're probably looking at increasing that one by at least 50%. Replacing that one. So.
Currently, I think it's 12 to 15 megabits with the higher end packages. We used to offer only up to 7. We will be offering 12 and 15 for the rural residents now.
Will be appreciated by the rural customers. It's important to get good service out in those areas.
Yeah, it's a constant upgrade procedure. It just never ends.
It's kind of like that car that has that bad oil leak, and you just change the filter out every 3,000 miles and don't bother with the oil. Just a rolling upgrade.
Now, do we have, since we can't take any action during, Lisa, let me ask my question. Since we can't do any action during public comment, scheduled public comment, so do we need to get this on the agenda for an approval? And then your comments as well.
Our recommendation would be to move forward with this process with West West, as well as to have them come back to us with specific drawings, proposal what the building would look like, and we can all certainly work together to do that, and then bring it back as an action item in the very near future, because I'm sure you guys would like to get started. But West West has been a great partner with us and wonderful to work with, so this does nothing but enhance for our citizens, so I would say move forward with it for sure.
Nothing else from the commission? All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for coming out tonight, and we'll look forward to speaking with you here in the future.
Thank you for having us.
All right, moving on. There are no ordinances tonight. We do have several resolutions. First resolution is resolution number 4696, a resolution relating to general obligation bond series 2016, authorizing the issuance and sale thereof, delegating the award of the bonds to certain city officials. Ms. Lally.
Mr. Chair, we do have a public hearing.
We do?
We do.
Oh, I did miss that. Excuse me.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you very much. Okay, roll it back, erase that. We do have one public hearing tonight. All right. All right. No, you didn't jab me. All right.
You were just reading. I was reading something, so.
Okay, we do have one public hearing, and that is resolution number 4695, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, fixing the tax levy for fiscal year 2016-2017. Thank you very much. Ms. Lally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask Jesse Hogue, our finance officer, to join us for any in-depth explanation with regards to fixing of the tax levy. So, Jesse?
First of all, I'd like to apologize to the commission for not being here at the last meeting. I was ill. This is basically the final step for the fiscal year 17 budget as far as approval. If you'll remember, we drafted our budget for 17 based on an estimated mill value of $11,025 or 1% increase over the previous fiscal year. The final mill value came in at $11,321 or a 3.71% increase over last year. The state has a calculation that allows us to have the exact amount of property tax revenue that we levied last year with an increase of 1/2 of the rate of inflation for the last 3 years, which in this case would be 0.5% or 0.5% of inflation. So the maximum number of mills decreases because our mill levy went up. So you'll see something different in your budget book, and what is in your packet replaces that table. This does require some adjustment to revenues where possible. Where not possible, for instance, the library, we levy 8 mills for them. So rather than reducing the number of mills, they just get a little extra bump, which is always good for the library. So you'll see some adjustments to the individual mill levies. The difference, the other major difference from the budget is the fire truck levy that was approved by voters in November of 2015 was not included in there, and we have included that at 4.5 mils, which is the approximate debt service for fiscal year 17. So the one question I always get, which is very difficult to come to determination, is what does this mean for the average resident? Basically, this is an increase of a total of 12.01 mils, including the 4.5 approved by the commission, or sorry, the voters. So this means on a $100,000 assessed market value, different from what your value is worth, it is an increase of $16.21 per year. For instance, the market value, I just looked at my bill or my tax bill, mine is probably a pretty average house in Livingston, and the assessed market value for it was $114,000. So I know we often say, well, whose house is even worth $100,000? That seems to be a very average assessed market value, not what your house is actually worth on the market. Confusing, I understand. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, that is what you were approving and where it falls in the budget process.
Is there any questions for Justin before we open up the public hearing? Commissioner Sandberg?
So, is this more of an increase than what we discussed as far as mills?
The only increase that's more than we discussed was the, there's 2 of them. The fire truck we weren't going to put on this year, and then we did put it on this year.
And why the change?
Honestly, it was, I wasn't sure if we would issue the bonds by the time we needed to, and we didn't move faster than I anticipated, so we just put it on. The second one is the, you'll see on this, there is 3 distinct sections: mill levy, subject to limit. That is basically the exact amount that we had discussed of revenue. The second one is the mill levy is not subject to the mill limit, and that is the permissive health insurance. And that is another calculation that the state does that says this is the amount that you're allowed to levy to pay for employees' health insurance costs. So that was 31.02 in the final. And sorry, here, let me look real quick. In the budget, we had it as 31, so a slight increase. So besides that, that's about the only change to the increase that we're talking about, but at budget time.
So in adding the voted mills in, I'm just trying to understand, is the fire department going to be able to purchase a truck in the same fiscal year as well?
Yes.
Or will we be hanging on to those funds until they are able to make the purchase?
No, we will be moving. In fact, that's the next item, is to issue the bonds to purchase the truck. So we will be purchasing it in this fiscal year. Okay. Yeah.
Any other commission clarification? All right. Thank you very much, Justin. All right, this is a public hearing, and this public hearing for resolution number 4695 is now open. Anyone wishing to speak on resolution number 4695, the adoption of the tax levy for fiscal year 2016 to 2017? Okay, seeing none, this public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion from the commission?
I'll make a motion to accept resolution 4695.
Second.
So motion by Commissioner Schwartz, second by Commissioner Freeman. Commission discussion. Roll call, please.
Chairperson Bennett,
Yes?
Commissioner Holden? Yes. Commissioner Friedman?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
4.
Commissioner Sandberg?
For,
Motion passes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I just make one statement in regards to the mill discussion, Jesse, as far as an average house? I think it's important to keep in mind that the assessed values of the properties in the state of Montana are far from what I would call equitable. If you purchase a new house, your assessment is going to be what you purchased that house for. So though we have folks out there that have an assessed value of $100,000 saying, well, I could probably sell my house for 200, it's not the norm. So those people who are moving into the community and the changeover we have in real estate, they are paying a much higher assessed value of their property. And I think it's more important that perhaps we speak in terms of $200,000 or $300,000 as opposed to 100. I'm just speaking from my own personal experience that my house came in assessed at more than I paid for it. So those situations are out there. And I just think when we look at the impact we're making to the taxpayer, that we really need to look at the big picture and those values. So thank you.
Very welcome. Okay. There are no ordinances tonight. We do have several resolutions. First resolution is resolution number 4696, a resolution relating to general obligation bonds, series 2016, authorizing the issuance and sale thereof, delegating the award of the bonds to certain city officials. Ms. Lowry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Jesse mentioned previously, this item is to authorize the sale and issuance of the bonds for the purchase of the fire truck, which was approved by voters in November. So we're hoping to, once these bonds are issued, be able to purchase the fire truck certainly within this fiscal year. So thank you.
So your recommendation is to pass this motion?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right. So is there a, starting with a motion for the commission? Is there a motion on resolution number 4696?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 4696.
Is there a second?
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Hoagland, second by Commissioner Friedman. Commission discussion. Commissioner Sandberg?
Yeah, just would like to understand, are we actually issuing bonds or are we going after loans? What is the financing mechanism that we're approving?
This is Bridget Ekstrom. I'm sure you guys know. She's our financial advisor with D.A. Davidson. She can answer.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Chair Bennett and commission members. For the record, my name is Bridget Ekstrom. I'm here representing D.A. Davidson. Great to be here and work on this project. It was something we were hired to work on in 2014. We passed the bond issue in 2015. In the meantime, the fire department has been working on the specific chassis and equipment and coming under the $750,000 budget. So to answer your question, we did explore whether or not we would want to do a formal issuance of bond, which would mean that the $750,000 would be over a 20-year term split in $5,000 investments with a specific maturity schedule that local investors could buy and banks and other investors could buy parts and pieces of that bond issue through a formal offering. And then the other option we explored was a bond loan that would just be sold to one individual bank. And so we did contact the local banks, and because it was a 20-year term, none of the local banks but one wanted to lock for a full 20-year term, whereas with an investment, you're locking with currently almost record low rates. We hit the record low the first part of July, and then rates have ticked up a little bit. But part of the reason we discussed moving ahead now versus waiting sometime in the year is just to go ahead and lock rates when we know they're favorable. So we hurried up and said, let's just go ahead and put it on the tax rolls this year. When we originally looked at what the levy might be, we were estimating around 5.24 mils, and currently we came in at 4.5. So the 5.24 was a little under like 3.9%. So we knew we were conservative with that number that was presented to the voters. Today we're looking to lock at 2.9%. The one bank that did come back and say they would lock for a 20-year term ended up coming in at just under 3.5%, like 3.375 was their the rate that they came in at. And so we said, yeah, let's just, and we had a number of banks that said, we're interested in parts and pieces. So when it's offered as an investment versus a loan, banks can choose if they want, you know, a 5-year bond or a 10-year bond or a 20-year bond, and then that becomes an investment. So we had number of banks say that they were interested in that process, but they were not able to give a rate that was lower than the rate you get on a bond for a long term.
So we're gonna go with full issuance.
Right. So the resolution that you have tonight would, the time schedule essentially is, and again, to move ahead quickly, we put together the official statement already. The chair and the city manager and the city finance director would work on the documents necessary to lock rates before your next meeting on September 20th. Did I get that right? So September 20th, we would look to lock rates that morning or the day before if we can. Trying to move ahead of the next Fed meeting and for the end of September here and just finalize everything. So then we would close by the end of September. You would adopt a final resolution on September 20th that evening, and then we would again close before the end of the year. You would have the money, and then the important part is the fire department would also have a budget, a specific budget to work with. They would know, you know, we're exactly within range to buy their equipment in addition to the chassis.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions with clarification?
And so you think you'll be able to sell most of the issuance just with local financial institutions?
Yeah, we're gonna, so next week we have an ad already to go in the paper and announcing the opportunity. We contact the local banks directly, and yes, we hope for 750,000. We should. Sometimes there's, as you know, working together on the school bonds, there's sometimes parts and pieces that when you go to lock rates that maybe people aren't as interested in. Those longer bonds, the 20-year bonds, because rates are so low, and most investors think that bonds rates are moving up. So some parts and pieces are harder, but we do think we'll be able to at the rates that we under 3% kind of range that we talked about. So.
Okay. And then the fees involved, is that capped in the 750, or are the fees in addition to the 750?
So you in the resolution tonight, we have the same fee, which is 1%, and so you'll get 750,000, and then we'll also pay the city a bond premium, and that'll cover all the costs of underwriting and the bond counsel fees, and all the other issuance costs like depository trust company and CUSIP numbers, and so all of that is covered. So you'll end up with probably a little more than 750,000 with the bond premium. Currently, the rate yields are so low that the city will likely have a little bit of bond premium. And so what we'll discuss at the next commission meeting, when we know what the number is likely you may have a little bit to apply toward offsetting offsetting next year's tax levy. So we're gonna kind of wait and see what the numbers come in at.
And then does this mechanism allow for the sinking fund component at all, or no?
So we did not. So the bonds are callable after half the term, but these are not as complicated as the ones that you issue with a school district. There really is just a set maturity schedule and not a sinking fund. except for the fact that if we do term a couple to, like if we have a bank that wants to buy a lump sum of a couple $100,000, we may term that, but you'll still have a set payment schedule. So you're right, that would be one component of the resolution that you'll adopt in the next meeting. But we will have basically a level payment, which is around $50,000 a year. So there should not be the concern that you would have kind of a levy spike in one year or another. So we'll try to level that schedule as possible.
And with a sinking fund, when you maintain the principal payments as an entity, you can then invest those funds and use the interest to pay off the future. So you can end up, it can be a financial benefit to the taxpayer because they can end up paying less. Not that rates are outrageous right now, but.
And that was a specialty opportunity when we do the stimulus package, which we know, of course, that was short term, so we are able to do as much of that as we would like. But you will have the opportunity, you have bond proceeds at the end of this month, and you will invest the money for a short term until the chassis payments due, and then the other equipment payments are due.
Great. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. That was enlightening. Is there any public comment? Public comment on resolution number 96, 46, 96. Very much. No. Public comment? Okay. Do you have a motion and a second? Roll call, please.
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Holton? Yes. Commissioner Stevens?
Yes.
Commissioner Fritz?
Four.
Commissioner Sandberg?
For
Motion passes. Our second resolution is resolution number 4682, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, authorizing the city manager to sign a collective bargaining agreement with ASME Local 2711A for the period of July 1st to 2016 through June 30th, 2019. Ms. Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, the city has 3 collective bargaining units with one with our fire department, one with our police department, and one with public works. The ASME Local 2711A is our public works union. This represents the contract that through negotiation we have at least tentatively agreed to. It has been voted and passed by the union body and signed, and that is what is in the packet. For your reference with this contract, this is a 3-year term. We have never before had a 3-year contract with this particular union. Usually we have 1 or 2-year agreements. So this brings a level of predictability and stability to the financial aspect of this collective bargaining agreement. For the city, all 3 years of the base salary and benefits is in what has been our accepted standard up to this point of 2% to base and 3% on the benefits. We've also negotiated to include no strike, no lockout language in this contract, which is new. We've never had no strike, no lockout with this particular union before. What we have done is increased the clothing allowance for this particular union. We've actually doubled it. It was $600 a year. We brought it up to $1,200 a year in this agreement. We have not done anything with the clothing allowance for this particular union in well over a decade. I don't know that we can buy work appropriate outdoor gear from what we used to a decade ago. And these folks are out in all elements, all times of the year, day, night, snow, rain, wind, flood. So we thought that the clothing allowance was a benefit definitely worthy to add to this particular union. With this being a clothing allowance, it does not accumulate towards PERS or any of the other multipliers. So this remains a flat cost for the city in this particular agreement. We've also made some minor adjustments to the animal control officer to bring that wage up to the level of a foreman. That particular role runs that operation in its entirety. Maintains relationships with our partners at Stafford Animal Shelter, as well as local and county law enforcement and fire and rural fire as well. So we thought that this was a very well justified increase in expense. With that, I would entertain any questions that folks may have about this agreement. Overall, the negotiations went very well, a very collaborative number of sessions between the union and city leadership that were done very much so in the spirit of cooperation and understanding both the budget restrictions as well as needs on both sides. So we do have Judy Roy here from the union. If you have any questions specifically for the union, or I'm more than happy to entertain any questions you may have about this. Thank you.
Very much. So, let's open it up for a commission discussion. Are there questions, clarification on any point of the contract for the commission? Commissioner Sandberg?
I noticed that we doubled the clothing allowance, and how is that allowance comparable to other communities of our size and similar tax base?
The other ASPE unions that we looked at across the board were certainly more than 600 a year. Some were more than the 1,200, some were less. I would say it puts us roughly in the middle of comparable cities.
I was just thinking, double is, maybe we could have increased by, 20% one year, another 20% next year, to get up to that point after 3 years, as opposed to reaching it just in 1 year. But I think, I guess I have more of a statement than a question, that I really think, I know Lisa worked very hard on the negotiations, but I really think that the direction of the negotiations and what's covered in negotiations is a direction of the commission. And that the commission should meet with leadership to state what we would like to see or areas of concern, to give that guidance to the leadership to do the negotiations. I don't believe it's the role of the administrative team to perform the negotiations and make those negotiating decisions without input from the commission. So that's just my statement. I think it's our responsibility to direct how our negotiations are done as far as budget items, etc. So thank you.
Other commission clarification questions? Commissioner Hogan?
So we see you stated it's collective bargaining. I guess I just have a basic question on how generally does the administration feel about collective bargaining? Has it been going well overall with each of the departments, and or have you tried any other type of bargaining? I don't recall in the time I've been on that we have, if we've done any interest-based bargaining or anything in that manner, but could you just?
We have not, and it's just by virtue of timing where all three contracts have come up. One was in negotiation when we had the change in leadership. So the other two have come during that time. So we, stuck with what our standard has been in terms of collective bargaining versus interest-based bargaining or some of those other options. I think that's something we can certainly look to do. But at this point, we wanted to get these, these contracts done and decided in place.
With this process.
Overall, I think this process has gone very well. The negotiation with the police department finalized very well. This one was a very collaborative process. The fire contract, which will be before you, I believe, next meeting, has also been a fairly collaborative process. So, we're a little rough on the others, but we're doing fine.
Good here.
Yes.
I do have a couple questions here. Overall, it seems like with this particular union that seniority is a huge factor in rating people and positions on the chain of command. Have we ever reached the idea of merit-based advancement?
We do competitive promotional processes now. That's something that we've instituted in the last 2 years. So it is the best qualified candidate is not just strictly seniority anymore. So we do a competitive interview-based process with folks. Anyone that's eligible for the position is welcome to apply. And then we go through a scoring process that again is competitive.
I notice I can't seem to find where I marked it here right now, but there's a feature on advancement where if two people are equally senior, maybe it's under seniority, that their seniority rank is determined by drawing. Is that normal? Or arbitrary? Isn't there any other way to determine who gets the ranking? Are we talking about they have the same exact number of days and starting days? How often does it happen?
It has not.
Okay, well, good.
And I do not believe we have anybody at this point that has the exact same seniority to the day.
We do. One, two people that have the same structure. Really?
They use the
Hopefully
drawing
we'll-
process. One thing I was going to ask our finance officer is when we look at these fiscal year 17, 18, 19 costs, what are the, how do these relate as far as a percentage of the rate increase that we have just passed? If you took these costs and add them up as far as the rate increase that we're proposing, let's say for the first year, fiscal year 17, the 68.5, what percentages is that of our rate increase? Do you have any idea? If you don't, and you need to get that number, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Excuse me. On page 40, excuse me, that's water. Page 40, we talk about it in point 1 under salary, wages, and longevity, addendum A, but did I miss addendum A? I don't see it addendum A in here.
That is the salary schedule, and it was not included in the packet.
What is the purpose of increasing the longevity pay between your 25th and 29th years?
This was negotiated by a prior administration when we made a change that folks would not be eligible for the longevity until I believe the first 5 years are completed. This was a catch-up feature for the folks who have not been able to accumulate but had years of service.
So is this a non-permanent feature within this?
Correct. There are a few people that will be in that. That is not a permanent feature in an ongoing manner. That's why I think there are people directly named in that.
Right, there is one person named.
Yes.
So, is that a feature that would go away at a certain time out at a certain time? Do we know what date that would be? What year? If you don't know off the top of your head.
I do not know off the top of my head, it would be, I mean, ultimately, when that person exceeded those number of years where that applies to.
Next year? It is next year?
Yeah, they can end of next year.
And then I had a question under, under discipline on page 52, point A. And Eric, I'd like you to take a look at that. On the 1, 2, 3, 4th line down, we talk about excessive absences. What does excessive mean? On page 52 of the packet, under discipline, A, and the 1, 2, 3, 4th line down towards the second third of the sentence.
Generally speaking, excessive has meant in the past folks that have exhausted time or have multiple tardies over a course of, you know, say if you're late 10 times in 20 work days, that's clearly a problem.
I'm just wondering if we need to, with the exactness of a lot of this wording about percentages and payments and time and stuff, if that doesn't need to be a little more exact so that it can't be, you know, something more, something nebulous. And Eric, what do you think of that? Is that too nebulous?
I don't think the use of the term or the phrase excessive absence or tardiness necessarily needs to be defined as a set number, because I believe that's up to management to decide, you know, what is excessive, and then they'll tailor the discipline for the specific instance. So say an employee has two absences, is that excessive? That's for the employer or the manager and the supervisor to decide, and then tailor the discipline that employee would be subject to.
Probably disagree with that particular point. And that's as, when my kids went to school, if they had a certain amount of absences, I got a letter. There was an exact number. So I think we need to clarify that in the future. I think that's an important thing. It's a small thing, of course, but when I was reading through this, the exactness of so many other features within the contract, and that just was one of the things that stood out to me. Also, I still,
Maybe a statement.
Yes.
Should I just go off of that?
Yeah.
Is it in the staff handbook? More clear?
It is in as excessive. Thought being, if you put a set limit, you may have someone, if you have an employee, I'm not saying we have any, but you may have someone that will ride it right to the limit every single time. And, you know, not, if you say, okay, it's 12 and they're constantly at 11, you can't discipline it, but you also have an operational problem with getting all of the needs met operationally that need to be done. So there's, I think excessive allows the latitude to determine, is it an operational problem? Is it something that's isolated because an employee is going through something in their personal life right now and we just need to accommodate? Is it, is it all of those things that we look at when we look at employees and their behavior? So, again, not saying anyone would be that 11 out of 12 person, but I've seen it in other organizations.
Can I elaborate on
absolutely.
that? I understand what you're saying, but I think in essence, they have set time on for vacation, and so that's going to be out of the question. It'll probably be more of an abuse of sick leave. I agree with Chairperson Bennett that if you tell someone they're gone excessively, your union is going to come back and say, well, define that. And since we haven't, we're not gonna be able to, we won't have a leg to stand on. There's plenty of language out there where, you know, if you're gone more than 5 days, you have to have a doctor's notice, et cetera. I mean, in the contract.
Yeah, under sick leave.
Under something that's more than 3 days, you have to provide a notice. Standard operation.
So what would require excessive abs, just, do people have the option to have a leave without pay, or what would cause an excessive absence?
If you have someone that is, excessive is not just in number, but can also be patterns of behavior. So if you have someone that's that Monday, Friday calls out every day before a holiday, or knows there's some, you know, big event going on and calls out, they just don't want the extra work, they want to deal with it. The excessive piece can also address that component as well, more than it is just a number.
But they can't use more time than they have, right?
They can get into an unpaid situation, it would depend again on whether they're eligible for family medical leave, if there's something that meets that criteria, and then they would have federal protection under FMLA.
Yeah, understood that, but we wouldn't, if somebody had the flu and didn't have any sick days, they would have to take their vacation.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chairman.
You're welcome. So the only other thing I would like to do is state, and I did talk this over with the administration earlier today, is that in the past, being on the commission, I know this is the case. We used to look at the contract as an initial, but we'd take the next meeting to actually vote and approve it. And I'd like to see us get back to that. I think it's an important thing, especially when we're looking at a component of our budget that is we're committing to a 3-year period for. So, I'll bring it up at the end of the meeting for a discussion item, because I think we need to take a look at some of these details a little more. And I have to agree with Commissioner Sandberg on the direction for the negotiations, because we have been clear in the past about our direction, and we've just kind of lost that. So I think it's important that we set some direction so that we're clear before we have to just read a contract. All right, so is there any public comment? Oh, yes, Commissioner Sandberg.
I would just say, all the points that you brought up and that Joel brought up are, the great points of just, trying to understand what the language means, and perhaps there are language changes that the commission may want to see or propose, but if we haven't had that opportunity in this negotiation to give any direction as far as any language changes, where we want to be monetarily, nothing. And I just want to go on record by saying I'm going to vote against the contract, not because I disagree with what was negotiated. I don't have enough history to know what was negotiated or not, but clearly the process needs to be changed because the direction needs to come from the commission.
Thank you.
Yeah. Public comment?
Patricia Gregory, 204 East Calendar Street. When I was on the city commission, and I was on the city commission through 2007, we always attended all negotiations. There was always a city commissioner at the negotiating table. And I cannot underscore enough how important I believe that is. Because not only did I learn so much as a commissioner, so that I brought more understanding to the table when it came to looking at these contracts. But as Commissioner Sandberg said, we really did bring a lot to the negotiating table. that perhaps wasn't anticipated, and that was beneficial to the community. So I don't know the point at which that practice stopped, and I don't know the rationale for it to stop. But there was always a commissioner at every single negotiating meeting. So I'd like to underscore that it's certainly something that is part of our history, easy to go back to, beneficial to everybody. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Public comment on resolution 4682? 4682. All right, is there a motion from the commission on resolution 4682?
Make a motion to pass resolution 4682.
Motion by Commissioner Friedman,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Hoagland. Any final discussion from the commission? Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett,
No?
Commissioner Holford,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedman.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Commissioner Sandberg,
Against.
Motion passes. Resolution 4693, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Livingston, Montana, declaring its revised policy with respect to expenditures from the Bryant Skillman bequest. Ms. Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your packet, in the last couple of meetings, we have been discussing the Skillman bequest, and those funds, the intent of the use of those funds, the intent of a prior resolution of a prior commission to expend either all or just the interest. And we determined that we would be bringing back a resolution for discussion and review as to how you would like to revise what you do and how you allocate those funds. So this resolution is that draft presentation to you of just really kind of opening up the latitude to be able to award increments of it or all of it. So, and with that, there are some, kind of discussion questions in there just to kind of guide, perhaps how those decisions are made, and to provide a framework for consistency with regards to those decisions. So with that, this is back on its, at the commission's request. So with that, I will turn it back to you guys if there's any revisions you would like to make, anything you'd like us to do to change it. Just let us know.
All right, sounds good. All right, so is there any commission discussion on resolution number 4693? Any questions, clarification?
Criteria that were listed.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Sandberg? I'm sorry about that.
Sorry. No, I didn't get recognized. I apologize.
I was looking down, I'm sorry.
So just under section 3, discussing the following items. So basically how this reads, Eric, is then we would, as a commission, we would go through these 14 items each time somebody made a request to the commission. Okay.
That's the way it's set up, yes,
Okay.
currently. And the reason I provided those in this resolution is because I know in the past when, like with the URA programs, for instance, when there are public funds that could potentially be granted on application, the commission has expressed some concerns. How are we deciding who gets what amount? And that's why, this was just a brainstorm that I had that I ran by several other members of the administration for some potential questions you could ask. And they're just suggestions. And if, you want to add to them, you want to take some of them out, we're obviously open to doing that. So.
think, item 12 is, it's a good one on determining how the project will be completed as opposed to, making a request of $20,000 and then the project not actually getting completed. So I think I do like that, that item there. I guess I just do people feel that they've had enough time to review these questions and ready to make, I mean, I know I would like some more time just to digest them. I think it's a great start and there's no doubt in my mind what I want to continue with the actual resolution. I think I just don't feel I may want to review the questions more, but that's just me. Okay, thank you.
In the light of that comment, can we approve this resolution and then approve the questions later? I think in order to move forward with this, we could possibly separate this out.
My only concern is that you have two requests coming before you later on in the meeting. And I think that you'd be passing this resolution, but then you would be considering their requests without the benefit of the questions and the criteria that are going to be applied in the future or could be applied in the future. So I mean, you could pass the resolution omitting section 3, but then I'm not sure what you're going to do with the request for funds later in this meeting.
Yeah, what I think is that until the commission can assure themselves that they want to pass this resolution so that future commissioners are bound by the same level of query when we're making a request. How do all the other commissioners feel on this point? Are you absolutely set on all these questions, or do you think that some of them need to be modified slightly or eliminated or added to? Commissioner Hogan.
I would say I have some adjustments to it. I think number 7 seems excessive and that I feel like the answer is going to be yes, always. And so I think it could go away. We're going to, in the foreseeable future, assume that people are going to ask for money. So and then in the question before, it is asking that question for the immediate future versus the extended time. So I feel like it needs to be removed. That's one of the major ones I saw. The other ones I like number 12 and asking, which has been something we've moved towards, is getting detail and MOUs and various realms of focus for answering these questions before we get to the final decision. So I just like the MOU concept really concrete, and then 7 to be taken out. That's my opinion.
Other commissioner questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Friedman?
This is a time when someone gives you a gift. And it's a darn structure. We have 2 major projects going right now between the soccer fields and the skate park. So several things come to mind. I'd like to help those folks out. How much do we give each one? Do we want to keep a small portion of this fund for weaves in that thing that we're using? So we keep a small amount back? And does that help these other projects? When they get somebody a gift like this, it's creating more different questions and problems. We talk about this for the next 6 months. So this is my problem. But and right now we've got stuff on the board that we know is excellent benefits of the community. And you want to see that happen. So you could have 25, I mean, you could keep having a lot of questions. What is that going to get you towards the goal? And this is my problem.
So do you have a suggestion in mind?
Well, it seems like, the last time, I'm just saying that the first thing that came to my mind, okay, you got two projects that need something, you kind of split it, give on each one a value. Then you might also, in doing that, keep a small amount back for future projects. That was the first thing that came to my mind. These folks have got to get this project going, and we're talking about this until next January, which is not going to help either one of those. So, this is not easy. So this is my problem. I'll just satisfied. I think as far as the management group wanted to keep a portion back of this. So then it becomes a numbers game. How much they keep back, how much do we give these folks? And they're both excellent right at the moment. Very leading and very good projects for the city, which is going to be a benefit to us. So we could add more things to it and subtract more things. I don't see that helping me out to make a decision. That's just my thought.
Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, I had same sentiments as Mel. I'd like to see these, personally, these funds used up now for the two requesting parties, and then this whole thing will go away. I mean, what's our balance on this again? Approximately 60,000.
Well, we're not quite sure yet because we have something to be paid back into it from the cemetery fund as well. I know this is all.
Yeah, I know.
We thought the city attorney probably thought, well, we'll put it all in logical order. Boom, boom, boom. The way we should decide it, but I think, can I summarize this? Are the questions a stumbling block? Is everything else in this resolution pretty accurate and relays the sentiment of the commission? And Commissioner Sandberg?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not that any of the questions I see as a red flag. I guess my question would be if we have two people on the agenda tonight requesting, are they prepared to answer these questions?
Probably not.
Right, so I just, we have spent a lot of time on this issue, and I appreciate everyone's time and clarity, but since we've spent so much time invested, I want to do it right. And I think too that we have two great projects that I would love to contribute to, but there's also other projects in the community that I think the city should support. I don't look at it as in perpetuity, but we have swimming pool issues, baseball fields, softball fields. We have a lot of great programs out there, and I would sure like to be as fair as we can with all the entities involved in our community. I didn't answer your question, but thank you.
Administration must have some perspective on this. Let's hear what you have to say.
In drafting these questions, as I said, our intent was to provide some framework for the decision making, so that after decisions are made, there's a backup to how that was structured. As for what we allocate and how we allocate it, and I guess from the start, my preference is to share as much as we can with as many as we can, because I don't want to get stuck trying to determine whose cause is more worthy than someone else's. I don't think that's fair to the folks that participate in those causes. So I think that we have, from an administration standpoint, we certainly want to share this with the intent with which it was given, but do so across as many entities as we can in order to do the most good we can for as many members of the community.
So you feel like that was the main intent for the question section.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Freeman.
I think the problem is we never have any money to give anybody. And this, we usually give labor and time and it makes it real simple. So there's a picture we have money and you can see the problems that arise with how to distribute it. So initially, they come to us, we don't talk money, which really makes it simple. So this is the quandary, I think, at the moment.
Just one final thought though.
Yeah.
So, in the interest of being fair, should we just divide this all up between all citywide recreation groups? I'm
You're
just
asking a
throwing it out
question here.
there. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's, yeah. I mean, I can see the merit for that too.
We're gonna end up with we're gonna end up with a limited amount of money. This is not a perpetual fund.
Right.
That we can then provide something that, I guess originally when the interest portion of it was agreed to by the other commission, previous commission, interest rates were somewhat probably
An
decent.
interest rate. Yeah.
So we were
Positive.
giving out, $1,000-$2,000 at a time to organizations that would come our way. So we have a limited pot. It's not going to, if this is, I'm answering your question. I'm giving you my opinion.
Yeah.
This is my opinion. If you get the list of all the youth organizations in town and say, okay, there's 15 of them, and you divide that in. Yes, 15 organizations will get some money, but will that money make a difference in their project? Significantly.
Picking winners and
My
losers.
perspective is we pass this resolution, eliminate the questions, and split it in half, give it to the two organizations that are here, ready to go. Because if you keep some back, how much are you going to keep back?
Yeah.
You're going to keep half back and give them, keep half back, let's say it's $30,000, and a couple organizations will come next year and split that in half again, or how many times are you going to keep that?
My question is that.
Other than one of the groups didn't ask for a certain amount as of yet.
Right. So anyway, I think we should get this money out into the community where it can do some good. How much is up to these 5 people here? Sarah, what would you like to do? If you could make a decision about this right now, what would you do?
I would make a contribution to the 2 entities who are requesting, but not at the whole request. The city has already contributed financially in money and in kind, a large sum of dollars to both of these projects, which already shows their support. I like to look down the future. We have no idea what's going to be coming our way in the future of another great project. I would think $10,000 or $15,000 to a project is ample enough to make some sort of impact. But I also, we had the soccer fields, which is a great project. We now have the skate park. Who knows what other great projects may come down the road. And I would hate to limit our contributions by a decision to just make this go away, which I don't think was the intent of the bequest. The intent was to support recreational activities. We just inherited what some may think is a burden, but I don't. So I would like to see us support as many opportunities, as diverse opportunities that we can.
Okay, and if you had a number applied to how much we should hold back?
I look at it the other way. I would look at a contribution, as I stated, 10 to 15,000 for one entity is enough to make a significant impact.
No, I stand with the pretty much, this has been out in the public, for quite some time now, and nobody else has come forward seeking these funds or requesting. I do see the merit of holding some back, but how much? It's so arbitrary, you know. There's always going to be projects coming up. I'd like to see a swimming pool at some point, you know, enclosed swimming pool. But I mean, holding back 20 grand ain't gonna help that much for that project. But yeah, it's a tough one. You know, what are the needs out there? Right now we have two great needs, worthy needs, and they've been asking for it.
What's your thoughts? What would you like to see done tonight?
Well, again, I go back to, these are moving projects right now, the two big ones. And there's still good weather and good things to get done. And the money is there. You know, my first thought on it was like, you know, maybe 2020, maybe keep it plus some back for other contracts in the future.
Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah.
Well, what's your thoughts?
First, because one of the organizations didn't request, I think we're putting words into their mouth as to how much they want, which I don't like. I think that we've been very thoughtful about this request, and we've already approved money for G Street, which G Street Park has now become a completely different park from what it was because of that, because of us hoping to finish that with this request. The tennis courts are another example. We are being asked for North Park as well as the skate park. I think all of them are very worthy. I think I would ask for different projects at this point. I think they're very positive for the community as a whole, whether it's children or all the way to the elderly. I think a lot of people have been impacted, so I'm completely comfortable with those four groups. Finishing up the request, if that's what we choose to do tonight, other than the number for them. Because they didn't ask. I want them to ask us based on reason versus us.
It sounds like I'm hearing you're interested in having some back so that we'll have some future projects.
No, I think that if we had a little cushion for a future project, but I think all four that we've already donated this request to, or given this request and approved, have been very worthy, and I can see us seeing those four as fulfilling what this is expected to do. And so I would be okay finishing it out if we hold back a little bit. You know, I wouldn't mind, but it's not necessary for me to be positive about this direction.
Okay. Let's see here. So does it seem accurate to me? We're not, all 100% agreement, but is there a middle ground here that we can land on? If we pass this resolution, let's say without the questions, with the intent that we would make a determination first of how much we wanted to retain for a future project. And then at that point, or in the reverse, determine how much we wanted to provide for each of the two requesting organizations right now. That would let us know how much we have left for our future. Does that sound pretty much of where we're at, give or take $1 or $2, $10,000? Does someone want to craft a motion or not? Do you want to? I mean, we can pass this resolution without the question.
Exactly, and that's, I think that's the way, and then as the requests come in,
Take each one.
take each one and under advisement, how much do you want? I know what the soccer field wants, I know what the skate park like, you know, all of it. But, you know, then we can take, you know, take each request under advisement.
Eric, can we ask you?
Yeah.
You know, taking out the questions. What's your feedback on that?
The reason the questions were provided is just to provide a framework so that there's thoughtful consideration of every project that comes before you. I think if you want to admit the questions, you need to make sure that you're having a good, thoughtful discussion about what's before you. And it was just really to guide the conversation when these applications were made. And I think as long as you have a good, thoughtful discussion and some back and forth and some provide reason for the amount of money you're giving, and it's not just an arbitrary decision, then I think that's fine. So if you want to make a motion, I think omitting section 3, your motion would be, I make a motion to approve resolution number 4693 without section 3. If you want to proceed without the question. I just want to make sure we're having a thoughtful discussion and consideration of everything that comes before the commission for a request of funds from the Stillman bequest and other type programs, so that we have a basis to say this is why we came to the decision.
And I know really you're kind of thinking about future commissions because this commission really does have some thoughtful discussion. So I think you're really covering when we all leave. You want to make sure that those people have the same thought. I catch up. I got your drift. Absolutely.
So Parks and Trails drafted the document that was approved by the commission in, yeah. Well, and for new projects. Okay, in that new project request document, Parks and Trails, that then came to the commission. It had a lot of these. So whenever a new project comes to the community or to the city and commission in this case, all these questions are answered. Am I correct?
I'm not familiar with that.
There is structure within that document, yes, whether it's these exact 14 questions.
But very similar.
They're the elements of it, yes.
Something to give us some thoughtfulness.
Right. And so that was something the commission and the city staff had suggested, that we're going through the right, venue before it comes to us. And so I think right there we are covered in that document from the Parks and Trails coming to us with approval. We'll have those questions answered for future projects. So I feel that if we just put those together, this makes a lot of sense. So I'm okay taking the questions out. Now I had a moment of clarity after thinking through.
And so, Chairman Bennett, I'm not accusing you of not being thoughtful, because I think that's what you're getting at. I'm getting at that it needs to be a consistent discussion.
No,
And, well, I mean, that's.
You took me too serious.
Okay.
Yeah. So, is there a motion? Commission, does someone want to craft a motion?
I make a motion, we approve resolution number 4693, sections 1 and 2.
I will second that.
And omit 3.
I'll second that.
Second, okay, so there's a motion by Mr. Hoagland, second by Commissioner Schwartz. Is there any public comment on that motion?
Sean McLaughlin, 15, the West or East Lewis. No, second. Look at my address. The only comment that I would make is whether you're an individual that has established a foundation of some kind, where you're doling out money, or you're an organization, one of the really critical components is to figure out a criterion upon which you're going to award that. And to me, to award without having a criterion makes things a really gnarly issue, but it also doesn't provide a kind of structure for making the decisions that can help with preventing a lot of situations down the road. And to me, it's kind of like we're going to award it, but we're not going to deal with the questions we want to ask and have that criterion set for awarding the money. You know, and so I would just encourage you to establish a criterion so that if you are going to ask people questions and they need to be able to answer those, and you know whether or not they have, you know, that they meet your requirements for how you want to dole it up and exactly how you want to dole it out, you know, I would just highly encourage you to do that, you know, as a commission. You don't have to do it now, and I'd really like to see it happen for this money and start a precedence for what you do in the future, because these situations come up all the time, and I'm going to be in that situation too. So with some upcoming things, so just encouragement.
Very much. Any other?
I would do that.
Okay. Any other public comment? Any other commission discussion on this motion? We have a motion and a second. No other comment? Roll call, please.
Chairperson Bennett,
Yes?
Commissioner Hoagland, yes, Commissioner Freeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Four.
Commissioner Sandberg.
Against, because I like to have the questions for the criteria.
Okay. Motion passes. Okay, we do have several, I don't have that addendum. It should be-
Here it is. There it is.
Oh, man.
All right. So action item A, which is discuss, approve, deny request from Northern Rocky Mountain Economic Development District, Rock Gilmore for increased funding. Mr. Gilmore.
Good evening, I'm Mark Gilmore, Executive Director of the Northern Rocky Mountain Economic Development District. I think many of you are aware, but some of you may not know, that we cover 2 counties for economic development. We have Park and Gallatin. We have a 26-member board that includes 51% elected officials. In this area, we actually have an economic development team that we rely on very heavily. Commissioner Bennett is part of that. We have Manny Getz, Wyatt Wyndham from PFL, Jamie Tecca, we're engaged in a number of activities, both in Park and Gallatin County. Our primary work is business recruitment and major economic development programs. Many of you are aware of Prospera. Over the months, including meetings we've had here, we've had a kind of a division of labor between Prospera and the Economic Development District. They work a lot of the small business development. We do, again, major business and business recruitment. Right now, we're working on 4 major business recruitments for our area. We're also working on a major research laboratory for MSU that will add a lot of jobs and economic development to this region. This year in Park County, the Economic Development District actually conceptualized the improvements to the guest house. And we set about finding out who owned it. We had some tours we took them on to show them other structures that had been built and improved. And then we assisted them with an economic impact analysis with the URA application. And that project, as many of you know, is coming together. We were working to try to find a tenant for the rail yard. Last week, we had a guest from representing China suppliers in town. We met with MRL, with members of the state of Montana Economic Development Department, and where we are right now is the consultant we're working with feels and possibly a couple of candidates for the rail yard. We're working on that. We did an economic study for Yellow Brick Films. Many of you know that the film production crew was in here. We did an economic impact assessment that helped them with their application to the state, helped make the project a little bit more viable. We've been also supporting the walk program in a more recent past, the last several months. Economic development has a history in Livingston. I remember back personally back to the 80s when I got a call from John Sullivan saying that they had a depot in town and they needed to get that built. So we ended up putting in funding for that. In addition to the guest house, the URA is the result of a past economic development district administration putting together the URA for Livingston. In 2017, our mission right now is to evaluate support to build a comprehensive economic development strategy for Livingston and Park County. The mission would coalesce the local economic development players. They would determine what kind of business development and recruitment will serve their mission, look at pathways and obstacles. We would establish a business development plan with phases and measurable deliverables and develop funding mechanisms to finance the improved strategy. We're also working, I know the URA needs to go through a bonding in the near future, and it's our intent to provide them with assistance with that process. So we've requested our funding to increase from 3,500 to 7,000. We've been working on the same budget since 2012 with the city of Livingston. Most of the other cities and counties we're working with have increased their participation along with our budget increase. Right now, we try to spend about half of our time in Park County and half of our time in Gallatin County. The Park County contribution to our budget between the city and the county is about 10% of our budget. The rest of it comes from Gallatin or comes from grants. So what we're trying to do is make it a little bit more equitable. We're not looking for Park County to contribute the same amount that Gallatin does, but we are looking to make it a little bit more. So that's our request.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the commission, some clarification from Rob? Commissioner Sandberg?
Did you bring financial statements by chance that shows what you'll be using these funds for or the financial state of the entity?
I think I did provide those. Yes. Yes, I provided those about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, a week ago.
Remember, anyone else remember seeing them?
Did see something.
Happy to provide it. Yeah, I don't think those. Yeah.
Was that how many pages was it?
Well, it's just a few pages. Basically, what's our budget?
Yeah. It was like a couple months ago.
I guess, we don't have those, or I don't remember reviewing them, so that's, and I would like to look at the finances. Also, our budget has already been adopted at the $3,500 level. So the commission has already approved to go into reserves to fund the school nurse to the tune of $10,000. So this would be an additional expense that the city's going to have to pay for that wasn't budgeted for. I would like to see these requests come prior to our budget cycle, so we can make a decision of whether or not it fits within our budget, because our budget's been set for the year without this increase. And there are a lot of projects listed here, but a lot of them are community-based projects, not of any direction from the commission or asks of the commission. So I think if we're paying memberships, there should be more of a collaboration and direction from the commission on where those funds are spent. So that's just my comments. Thank you.
Any other question, comments? Okay. Yeah, my perspective is that seeing what the Northern Rockies Economic Development District has done, just in general in the area, and Livingston, and the amount of effort they put into it, that I would be in favor of the increase, mainly because I see what they do. The real difficulty is when we don't get participation in the commission coming to these meetings. No one else gets a chance to participate. And I think we have had invitations to participate in the meetings for establishing our economic, or not for establishing, but for reviewing and integrating all the three organizations that we sponsor through the city of Livingston. I think that once we get more participation from not only the city commission but the county commission to participate in those meetings, I think that we would all have a better idea of the value or not, depending on your perspective, of what these organizations provide to the city of Livingston. Just as an example, as Rob had just mentioned, there was a delegation. They're from Australia, but they represent Chinese interests. Yeah. So anyway, and there were a lot of people pulled together in order to bring that effort to bear into the rail yards. Those rail yards are, I got a firsthand glimpse of what they look like from the inside. We've all seen them from the outside. They're huge brick buildings, but the potential is pretty amazing of what they can possibly be turned into. So I look at the efforts as a lot of times they're very long-term efforts, meaning it's not like you see a soccer field go up or a skate park go up or a tennis court being refurbished. It's more of a long-term effort of establishing relationships, getting people together and seeing potentials and getting those potentials realized through making the right combinations with the right players in place in order to make something of that nature happen. So I think it's very difficult for us to make this decision without having that type of awareness. I understand why, people feel the way they do. But I see from firsthand the effort that the district puts into Livingston for the amount of sponsorship we place into the district. And I would like to see us continue it unless for some reason the commission wants to do something totally different, because each of the organizations does something unique. They don't do the same identical thing. So we're not sponsoring the same type of activities in two organizations. So that's my perspective on it. I think that in order to get a little deeper perspective, we all need to participate in going to the meetings in order to query, hear what's going on between three organizations, and really come up with a little more informed decision on this. So, anyone else got any questions? Comments?
Maybe more of a statement at this point, but one of the concerns that has been expressed to me, Rob, is that Park County is the afterthought behind Gallatin County. So that you were stating that you spend half the time here. I've heard the opposite, and I'd love for you to explain, more of what you're doing to help our county, and that the focus has always been on Gallatin, and we see a lot of things that are happening economically for their development. It's very out there. We see it all the time. Where us, it seems to be a lot more subtle. So I see some of what you stated here, but maybe I have a couple questions then that you could try to answer. So you said that you spend half your time here. Could you tell us really an example of something that you've seen start to finish, or to close to finishing, so that you can promote what you're doing for our community? And then also maybe respond to what I just said about people's perception of Gallatin County being really the impetus for the district versus ours.
Well, probably the best project from start to finish would be the guest house. So I'll just take a minute and kind of lay that one out. So that began with a call to Vander Jets, who owns the guest house, because we wanted to see if there was some way that we could take that vacant building on the corner, probably the best corner, the most visible corner of the city, and see if we could at least renovate it. And so Fanny was able to bring the owners together over a couple of weeks. They came out from the East Coast. We set up tours to go to the Borden Hotel over in Whitehall. And then we came back and we worked numbers with them over a period of a couple of weeks. And we did the financing again to see if we couldn't bring the money together, and we assisted in that, helped with the applications. There was a question of what the value would be to the city, so we put staff in to analyze, to determine what the economic benefit would be through the taxes for the 40 housing units and 6 retail units would be in it. In the meanwhile, we have something going on almost every day. So there were issues with environmental and asbestos removal and a lot of other things. We're engaged with all of those. So that project in itself probably took well over 25% of our time just putting that project together. We also met with, and I won't mention the name, but we met with one of the major companies in Park County that we think they have. They also hold the promise of an economic park, not industrial park, but a technology park. So we met with them at their request. Always looked at possibilities could be of creating a technology park at that particular location. Based on that, there's been a review and interest in the go-forward strategy for that particular piece of property. The rail yard has been communications have been going on very seriously for over 9 months to get a representative out here where they were, they had enough confidence that they paid their own way out. We were able to bring, as Chairman Bennett pointed together, we brought a team together, and there is some promise. We'll have to wait and see. I don't want to overpromise because we don't know. But that came out of it. And that's been, we could show you 100 emails that have gone to make that happen. There are things that happen at, we call them umbrella projects. They actually benefit both Park and Gallatin counties. The project we're doing at MSU has not been disclosed yet, but it's a major $12 million project that will benefit both Gallatin and Park counties. That came out of our district. We mentioned we're doing 4 companies for business recruitment. These are major business recruitment opportunities. We don't tell companies, nor do we show them. I mean, we don't say, here, you need to be in Gallatin County or Park County. We bring them out here, we show them the lay of the land, they choose where they're going to go. But these are potentially companies that could go here or to go the other side of the hill. We try to be as very fair as we can in allocating our resources over time. We have a relatively small staff. So when we consider the core duties of maintaining an economic development district, plus doing projects like these one-on-one, or doing projects in Belgrade, Swallowstone, Big Sky, and Bozeman, and Manhattan. So it keeps us busy.
Any other questions from the commission at this point? So is there a motion at this point, or do you feel like you need more information?
Are we moving, is it a 2-part that to maintain our relationship, and then the second part is to increase funding, or what are we actually discussing?
Just increasing funding.
We're already in a membership.
Relationship.
And for how long? Is it yearly?
It's renewed on a yearly basis.
Yes,
I believe
the Economic Development District is a federally designated district. The cities and counties choose to participate. And so now, right now, all the cities and counties participate.
But it's an annual.
Cities.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any thoughts on this?
The administration had stated before that we would not be in favor of increasing the funding at this time. For a couple of reasons. One, we've already taken a hit in the general fund for funding the school nurse. That's fairly early in the fiscal year to do that. I also think that there are a lot of efforts through all of the various economic development entities that are coming together. That I think before we make a decision to increase funding, I'd like to see some of that gel out more from the administration's perspective. I think this would be a great conversation to have at the beginning of our next budget cycle. We could plan for it within all of the budgeting that we do. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Any public comment? One public comment?
Excuse me, Jeff Dickerson, 503 North 10th. I'll give you a small example of what these people have done for you as a city. Not for the soccer people, but for your new city park. So these guys did the economic impact study for us about your new city park. And had they not done that, and we didn't have those numbers available, it would have made the fundraising for your new city park much more challenging, because people like to see results. They like to see numbers. So just let's talk about $3,500. The result of their work has allowed us to raise $700,000 for phase 3. On a $3,500 just return on investment, if you want to look at that. That's how this stuff gets used by the rest of us. And you had a parcel of property that was junk vehicles and weeds on it 12 years ago. Now you got a new city park. That's just one little example of what they've been able to do for our community.
Yes, Patricia.
Having been an advocate of economic development in Livingston for the last 17 years, I just want to say this is, to me, the most effective economic development group that we have available to us. And a couple of things that they do that are really remarkable is when we get a project, we come up against Bozeman frequently. And so we're competing with Bozeman for tech companies coming in and so forth. What Mr. Gilmore has been able to do is that he's been able to focus on those things that are unique to Park County or to Livingston. And a case with Mr. Wang, this last meeting with Mr. Wang, when he says there were over 100 emails that were involved in that, that started with just one phone call to me, and then I got a hold of him, and then he took it from there and did the most amazing job with this. And Bozeman can't compete with us on this because it's utilizing our shops. Bozeman doesn't have shops. In fact, we're competing with Missoula. Missoula doesn't have shops. So he capitalizes on those things that are unique to Livingston and makes them actually work. And I never saw anybody work as hard as this man in the 17 years that I've been involved in this. The other thing that I think is he's especially good at specifics. And you experienced that with the guest house. It wasn't that he came out with generalized statements. He had it down to what were the tax benefits. He worked it out in every single detail of that project, which I believe if he had not been involved, our guest house probably would not have been up and running. Now, $3,000 seems like a lot of money, but when you're bringing that kind of money and potentially into our shops, it's remarkable. And I do believe he came here several months ago. And so I think it's worthy of consideration of this body to encourage this effort. And when he says that he spends half his time at Park County, I witnessed that. He actually favors Park County. He actually favors us in so many ways. I've watched about 8 different groups coming through, and I've watched him work especially hard for us. And we do fund, for example, Katie Weaver, I believe at $50,000, for us to fund this group an additional $3,000 does not seem like a difficult thing to do. We have a real potential with those shops, and I think it's time we just took the horse and rode into the sunset, frankly. It's a wonderful project. So thank you.
Very much. Any other public comment? Any public comment? My only other perspective on this is that I know that Park County has reduced their funding level. Is that correct, my understanding?
They did last year, yes.
They did last year. And I think my only concern is that, you know, a request like this is understandable. We have a very tight budget. At the same time, Northern Rockies has a very small staff. And if we decide that it's not acceptable to increase funding and help pay for the salaries and expenses they need to operate, my concern is that that may reflect in a decrease in service here. And I wouldn't really like to see that happen personally.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
are we saying, we used to get 3,500, are we able to get 3,500 and then visit this for the next budget thing for next year? With a new, hopefully new city manager, whole new prospect on this thing, and look at it differently.
Well, I think that whatever the commission decides is what we'll decide. So I just wanted to at least try to give a little more perspective from my involvement. Yes, Commissioner Sandberg.
I would hope that if we were paying our same fee, we would maintain the same level of service. I would be concerned if our level of service went down if we were maintaining the same funding. So I hope that doesn't happen.
Well, that's my concern. I don't know if it will or not.
I'm just stating I would have, I mean, that would definitely hinder future discussions if our level of service goes down, even though we were still paying the same, for me personally. I also think for an entity that works with other government entities and knowing the funding cycle, which is what we're in, would be making these presentations earlier in the game and not adopting their own budget and then seeking for the increase in funding later. So
If I could answer that question, they did come before our budget.
and will remind me what we did. It was not an action item.
It wasn't included in the budget process. They didn't come before the budget cycle.
But as a commission, when they came to us, what did we as a commission discuss?
I can't address that. Can you address that, Lisa?
We had a discussion in one of the CIP budget processes about line items with economic development funding. I don't recall a request before that. I would have to check in detail to see when the initial request came in. I know it's been on the agenda a couple of times, just with
I remember when you
Well, I know
initially.
it's, yeah, been rescheduled, but I don't remember getting a formal request as the commissioners receiving a formal request for an increase of funding until after budgetary discussions.
I can check in. I don't want to commit to a date one way without checking.
I can say that our request has been in more than 3 months. I can also say that the other cities and counties over the last 5 years have contributed additional monies over the base money we had in 2012. And that regardless of how this goes, our intent will continue to provide 50% to our county, 50% to county. But we are also going to continue to look for equity between the cycles. Right now, we have equity except for Park County.
Park County, city.
Well,
I just guess I would like to know the city.
well, the budgets were provided and the sources of funds were provided. I'm happy to get you copies of this.
Thank you very much. All right, so what's the commission's pleasure at this point? You want to get more information before we decide, or you want to just make a motion and vote one way or the other? So that Mr. Gilmore and the Northern Rockies District knows where Livingston is for this fiscal year. I think they deserve an answer.
I don't think we need more information. I think that Rob's waited a long time. This has been on our agenda in one way or another. One thing that I've had some doubts about how much we are getting from this partnership. But I feel like I have a lot of those questions answered, and James, I appreciate some of what you've said. I would like to see us increase in time. I don't think I would approve 7,000 today. I wouldn't mind increasing it a little if we thought that was appropriate, but on the other hand, keeping it at the amount that it is, I would be fine. I just want to see in the future, a lot of answers for what we are getting from this partnership. And I feel like that's been one of our weaknesses throughout this issue. I don't know. And I ask a lot of questions about economic development. It's one of the things I do a lot of as far as in this community, finding out from various people. And so tonight was the most I've ever had for answers. So like I said, I would continue in the funding, possibly a small increase, but not to 7,000.
Any other comments? What if we increase the amount rather than $3,500, let's say 1,500 or 2,000? Does anyone feel amenable to that, or still needs more information?
I don't need any more information. I think, the rates, is, will be worthwhile, the more involved that I've been in the economic development meetings seminars that we've been having now, a little more regularly with Prospera Park, and, and seeing these three agencies work together and as their soul. And their uniqueness to each one. So, but yeah, our budget is set right now. But I'm amenable to an increase. Yeah.
Would someone be interested in a motion?
I make a motion that we increase this to $5,000. And increase to 1,500.
Is there a second on that motion?
I will second that.
So that's a motion by Commissioner Freeman and second by Commissioner Schwartz for a $1,500 increase. Commission discussion?
I wrote down that I would go to 4,500. I feel like I'm gambling on it. Or something.
Public? Oh, did you have one public comment? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Copeland?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandberg?
Against.
Motion passes. Action item B is discuss, approve, deny, consider, or devise method to promote public participation in decision on proposed changes to interstate signage at Livingston's I-90 exits. Thank you very much. Ms. Lowry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was, changing the interstate signage has been an issue that has been before the city and before the commission in one way or another over the course of the last 12 years. From what I can document, because the last letter was actually signed by the city manager, Mr. Goldner at the time. So this came to us via the BID as well as downtown businesses and building owners to change the signage on I-90, to change where the city center is designated, so that would be off exit 337 versus 333. We were asked to provide a letter of support to give MDT the direction to just change that signage. The concern that the administration has is just making certain that everybody in the business community and in the affected areas has an opportunity to weigh in on what they think the impacts may be to them of doing this change before we just go ahead and sign a letter of support indicating to MDT that that's what we want. So my concern again is making sure that everybody's voice is heard in this, to understand the impacts of what that change may mean from one asset to another, from one business group to another, or for citizens in general in terms of what traffic patterns may change for them and their own local traffic with this change of what can be anticipated. So there are sample letters of support in here. I know that there is great momentum among the downtown business owners to get this change through. My recommendation would be to set up an open forum or open public hearing discussion of some type where all of you as the commission body can hear from everybody who is concerned about this or has a stake in this decision. And again, it's just to make sure that everyone's voice is heard. And that's really the overwhelming and overriding concern of the administration at this point. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, commission discussion here. Do we need a break?
Yeah.
People need a break. Okay, what's that? You okay?
I already took one, sorry.
I saw Quentin wasn't. Bill, why don't you go ahead and take one? Okay. We'll make it light before you get back. So is there commission comments on this signage issue?
Well, I just need clarification. So is it who's proposing that the change be made to 237? Is that the downtown association? Okay.
And the business owners.
And the business owners.
Downtown business owners.
And in some correspondence that we received, that was very hard for me to follow, are there some folks who don't want to see that changed?
The initial feedback I had been given was that,
and oh, sorry, can I clarify real quickly to make sure I know what I'm talking about? 337 is out by the Stafford.
correct,
Okay, thank you. 333 is at Albertson.
correct.
And what's the truck stop?
3:30.
330. Thank you.
Did you grow up here?
Yeah. I think if you get to a certain point where you just become lazy. And you refer to it as the truck stop, Albertsons, or Stafford.
Okay.
There were some concerns when this started kind of bubbling up that may negatively impact some of the businesses off 333. So that was just kind of what I had shared with some folks around. This was one of the concerns shared, just some generalized feedback, and that's what really prompted me to want to make sure that everyone has a voice that's heard in this. Because I don't know that anyone wants to hear after the fact that you went and made this change and now my business is destroyed. So I think it's the administration has no position one way or another whether we change the signage. The position that we're holding is that we want everyone to have a voice in the process of it being changed if it is ultimately changed, so that you all can make the decision that you can with all of the information and feedback available to you.
Is it difficult to have can we have historic district 333 and 337? And why not?
NDT regulations,
What are those?
do not permit two historic districts or two city centers. So one will be designated historic district, is my understanding, and then another one would be city center. You cannot have two off differing exits.
Well, that's just, makes no sense at all.
I know, it doesn't make any sense.
That's what we were told by NDT.
I would like to see if they can provide the language, I'd like, I mean, because obviously we're gonna be discussing this again, I would love to see the language on that.
I'm sure they can.
But it also, and I think it's great to get feedback from the entire community. I like that idea. I know in other towns and bigger cities, you know, if we did have some exit at 337, you can definitely route them back onto the interstate through 333, and that's very easily done. So you are able to make them run the gamut before they hop back on the interstate. That doesn't help anyone on 330, which I understand. You know, for potential growth out there, but I think there's ways of being able to accommodate everyone. But I like the idea of community input form.
Maybe just to set some background here. The state sets signage usage as Ali was saying, but they also control Park Street signage. So whatever we do on the exits have to coordinate with Park Street as well. Am I correct in that understanding, Patricia? I'm pretty sure that's the case, yeah. So,
And
you know, we can make them run the gamut, but then we have to get the state to approve that signage too, I believe.
Could be done.
I mean, can be done, we've been working on it for 12 years. So far, we're good, we're still at it.
24 years left.
Well, they seem,
We're halfway there.
they seem to be able to get a hospital sign up rather quickly for the exit.
Yeah.
So,
They have their one sign.
but I'd be interested in if the other commissioners feel a community forum is a good idea. Or
I see one head shaking up and down, which I think is a yes.
Well, I'm saying, I like the idea of a community input, which of course we love, but I don't think a forum is the place. I would prefer us to have it on the agenda for public comment and then for maybe the next public hearing. Yeah. If we think that's the best route. Or would it be an action item? I need feedback on that.
It would be an action item. Public hearings are usually for resolutions and ordinances that are going into law.
I think we should just have it as an action item, but make sure, you know, that we advertise it well.
As a public discussion, interested in hearing from all the business community.
And that we will act on it.
yeah,
Approve, deny, or.
We will have comment then.
well,
Would we?
no,
No,
not
we can,
necessarily.
no, not necessarily, but I mean,
Only May.
we may be able to take action.
Yeah,
But
I would like that option.
Me too.
yeah, I do too. I just think it's important though, as Eric alluded to, that the business owners are aware. I know, with, you know, other issues like the vaults, you know, the URA is not contacting the property owners when their meetings are and what's being discussed. And so we have to make sure that our stakeholders are notified so they have the opportunity to speak.
We can do that through social media, and not to put Leslie on the spot, but I would probably reach out to the chamber as well, to get everything out to all of their members with regards to that meeting.
Sorry.
Because I think that light skins.
Leslie just wanted us to all know that she was there.
We have some many seasoned property owners that are not social media advocates. So I'm not sure that would be the best avenue.
We could put in the enterprise as well. You know, beyond just the regular public notice, we could do something else in the newspaper.
Yeah, like a small ad would be great.
thing I would like to state is I followed this issue quite a while as well as I think a lot of us. I haven't heard anyone negative towards it in the time that I recall, before I was on the commission as well. So I think I was a little surprised at that, but of course we know that sometimes it takes just like kind of the final run of something where people then say, oh, what's going on? And then they start to question or ask. So yeah, I think we should move forward on this quickly. So by putting it on the next agenda, and we have time and motion, and then advertise it and go from there, and hopefully make a decision next time. Thank you.
Sounds good. Now, what information does the commission need from the administration in order to make a decision on this particular thing? Or is it only the public comment?
For me,
Do we need a representative from the state MDT to enlighten us if there's any issue regarding
They just said they need a letter of support signed by
the commission?
Yeah, so I think we'll get there's some sample draft letters of support in here. We can just do up a draft for you all to act on if you choose to act at that meeting.
Okay, so all we need is really public comment.
Make it, yeah, put it out there.
Okay. All right.
and I maybe encourage letters to the commission as well if they can attend.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Freeman.
that it wasn't part of the discussion. The only thing I've been thinking about for a while, which we ran into with the truck stop, we're trying to get people off at the first exit there. So you get them to go downtown. And then there's people that love the way it is now because they get off at the furthest place where all the businesses are. So that's a tangle and competition.
There's conflict.
Yeah. And I was amazed when I wanted to get them off at the first exit, that the downtown people were against it. And if it increases traffic 15, 20, whatever the increase is, it's an increase. That kind of with mind guidelines. I mean, so I always thought, when I get them off, they got to go to the hospital, get the porter, they run downtown, expose them. And it was a fight there, and I was mystified myself. How do you satisfy all these parties? Going to be interesting. We do need new signage.
Okay. Any other commission comments before we move on to the next action item? Okay. Oh, public comment.
Thank you. And I did a couple of things out. This is a presentation we did in February of this year. And if you want to hand these down, I'll put these down. In that, so this is the presentation we did last February on economic enhancement project. And at the time, Dan Call, I don't know if you know who he is. He has the Murray and Florence Furniture and Janet Prescott. I had advocated, we have been going to MDT meetings since last fall, advocating for this. So there's been a great deal of footwork done on this. So we met with the administration in February, and the acting city manager suggested that we approach those businesses that were at exit 333 and see if anybody objected to it. And I'm like Commissioner Hoagland, for example, I went to the Yellowstone Pioneer Lodge, which is a fairly significant business out there, and asked if they objected. No, they didn't, because they know that if we say City Center, Yellowstone Park, at exit 337. It's the only place we can do it. People coming from the west can, it says City Center, Yellowstone Park, exit 333 from the west. That stays. The only thing changes is exit, it's City Center, Yellowstone Park, exit 337. And we have been advocating for this change for 12 years. It is combined with what you see right there, which is wayfinding signage as well. So the thing that we're asking from the commission is the combination of changing City Center, Yellowstone Park, exit 337, and the wayfinding signage. They are partners. Dan Call had done a lot of work through the governor's office, using his clout there to advocate for us, MDT, considering wayfinding signage in conjunction with the change in the highway signage. So we have gone to businesses at exit 333 at the request of the acting city manager, and in fact, we've not come across negative requests. We have had to overcome hurdles with MDT because they were concerned about our saying Yellowstone Park, exit 337. That's what we really want. We want them to come in there. But we have a precedent. Our competition in Bozeman has said Main Street and Yellowstone Park on the same exit. So it's a precedent that we now have that says we can do this and direct them into our Main Street. And they are competitive with us for those visitors coming off I-90. There's been a serious study done of visitors, and what we found is when visitors get to exit 337 and it says City Center, Yellowstone Park, they just turn off and go to Yellowstone. We lose a tremendous amount of our business by retaining that signage that says City Center, Yellowstone Park. The other thing that I think is really important, so there's that marriage between wayfinding signage and this highway signage, and it's only one exit that we want. We want it clear. It's so confusing. Right now, when you come from Big Timber to Livingston, it is confusing as to what Livingston has to offer. It's confusing as to what Livingston is. If we can change it to City Center, Yellowstone Park with a historic sign there that takes them with the wayfinding signage into our town, we're back on the map. And we aren't right now with the way the signage is set up. The other thing is, normally, we're the only city in the state, normally an I-90 business bypass. Usually you go down an interstate and you all drive, and you always know that you turn off, and then you go through the town, and then you hook back on the highway. We are the only city in the state where they say city center, and then they expect the visitors to go back through the town. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna, if it says city center, Yellowstone Park, some of them will turn off. And they will do what is a normal business bypass. And we're asking for that correction. The other thing that happens, as you well know, with planning. I was on the city commission when we okayed the Watson subdivision and the Yellowstone Preserve. Livingston is growing out in that direction. And so if we don't go ahead with the kind of signage we're talking about that says City Center, Yellowstone Park, and direct the traffic there, we're going to end up with a cluster at 337, a business development that is not enhancing the city as a whole. It's just a kind of odd, and MDT did that to Great Falls. If you go in to 10th Street, it's poor zoning, to say the least, at 10th Street, because they killed their downtown by doing what they did on 10th Street in Great Falls. They just had this odd zoning because MDT decided that they were going to create 10th Street. We want a healthy growth for our community, and we feel that sending them in past the Watson subdivision, you know that's going to grow, and sending them that way past our hospital into our town. It'll enhance the kind of growth that we want for our community into the future. The other thing is, this is the first time, and I think it's largely because of the tremendous efforts of Dan Call. He shook hands with the governor. He talked to everybody. But this is the first time the state is actually considering this for us. It's not a given. We still have to fight for it. And probably we'll use whatever political clout we can and use the precedent that's there in Bozeman. But we see it as a community, as a healthy way to get back on the road, as it were, in a correct form. So I think they said after good 9 months work with MDT, we've been Dan Call or I have been, or Janet Prescott's been, and a lot of people have been at these meetings. We've talked to the people at Exit 333. We just feel this is the time in the affairs of men which have taken a blood leads on to greater fortune. So this is something we just feel very strongly about. And I've also handed out an email from Kathleen and Call about this because I think she makes very good arguments for our going ahead and proceeding with this. I think we clean up the highway for us. You will still have turnoffs at exit 333, but it'll say Gardner, Highway 89, and we'll over-advertise Gardner as you're coming from the east, but you'll still have those visitors having come through town. And then it'll say Livingston. But it is not saying that leads to our city center. And it is not allowing us to use the wayfinding signage and really give those visitors a wonderful experience here in Livingston. Those wayfinding signage is not going to cost us anything. This does not cost us anything. I just think it straightens out what's happened in the past. And as I say, I have gone to the businesses at Exit 333 at the advice of her. And I think I've talked to him. Okay, fine.
No, you made your point. Those were very good points.
Yeah.
I just think that.
Thank you. Yeah, I know.
Patricia,
But yes.
so just so I'm clear in my mind, traffic coming from the west, that sign's not.
It's not going to change.
That'll still say Yellowstone Park 333.
And
City
city
city center.
It'll only be traffic from the east.
Right.
It'll be a new sign
Yes.
that promotes 337.
Yes.
Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanna make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. All right, but we're deciding on this at a future meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great.
But you allowed me to speak to you.
I did.
That means you don't have to do it again.
No, that was just to warm up for next week.
So, yeah, we are gonna put this on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, same form.
All right, so action item C, discuss. Yes.
I may interrupt for 1 moment.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
Items C and then F relate to requests from the Skillman Fund.
Yeah, and C1.
Item D relates to the payback from SID 180. So I think it would make sense to address the payback in SID 180.
Okay.
Because then you would know how much money you have to give in the other two requests.
Got it.
Just a thought.
Got it. Okay. So, just occurred to me that maybe we should move to action item D. So we're gonna skip C for right at the moment. All right, so action item D, payback to Skillman bequest from Special Improvement District SID, SID 180. So is Sid here tonight? No?
I'll represent him.
Will you represent Sid?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We've discussed this in a, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Lowry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, sorry, I just launched in, sorry. We discussed this, in a couple of different meetings now as far as, the loan, from the Skillman to SID 180, which was a sewer extension, for Carroll Lane. On page 79, as well as, an 8081, there are some financial exhibits about how that is being paid back, as well as a repayment schedule. It is paying roughly 6% interest. So if we were to leave the loan open until its planned maturity date, the Skillman does gain interest. But if we want to allocate the full amount, we would need to repay the Skillman from the SID, thus leaving the SID 180 in a negative balance for longer. And Jesse can probably walk us through that in a much more cohesive manner than I
First
did.
question would be, how long, like, how many
Yes.
years?
So this, resolution and internal fund was established before my time. So I don't know any of the reasonings behind it, other than perhaps it was to avoid issuing SID bonds. I would say that the fund balance as a whole is going to remain negative, regardless of if we pay back it now or let it go, approximately the same amount of time. The main difference that you're going to see is the cash balance will drop much lower in the whole than if we pay it back now, and then it'll come back out. At the end, we're basically the same place. As long as you were aware of it, this is a finding on our audit because it is in the hole and has been for a number of years. It was a decision of a previous finance director and administration, and I would say that I wouldn't worry about the fund balance being in the hole. It's about the same whether we pay it back or not. The difference is it a liability that causes it to be in the hole, or is it the cash balance that causes it to be in the hole? So that was not much more clear. So yeah.
You stayed there, Luke.
Sorry.
You stayed there, this has got to be cleared out.
So when I'm looking on that page.
Yeah.
there,
Mhm.
So that's principal payments stating that it'll be paid off as of June 30th, 2019.
Correct.
But that doesn't equate to the next page. It's showing that the fund is still in the hole.
Correct, because there is assessments that will continue to come in past that. So the cash balance will continue to increase as the assessments are paid back. The assessments are over 23, I think, 2023.
Yeah,
I have to look. Yeah.
I get it.
I think. So back one more, sorry, Lisa. So this is the loan amortization schedule, basically.
Correct.
Okay. So we're showing it's gonna be paid off in 19.
Mhm.
So to do that, we're just gonna continue to go in the hole. I'm not,
No.
I can't equate this graph to the next one.
Sure. So if you go to the next one, I'll step away from the mic for a second here. So this is SID payback as scheduled. You'll see here, these are the interest expenses here, and these are the reduction of the interfund loan. Yeah, principal payments, correct. So if you continue to make that, it continues. I'm sorry, I cannot see the that goes up. So this is a reduction of a liability, which will actually bring it out of the hole. You can see this goes up slightly every year. And if you go to the next slide. Yep. Can you go to the next slide? This would be the early payoff. You can see that the operating expenditures pay it off, but there's also a reduction.
real blurry right now.
So this is basically putting the cash in a hole, but then as assessments continue to come in, it brings it back up.
Yeah, so in 22,
So
So regardless, we're not gonna have a positive fund balance.
Exactly. So if your goal was to bring it out of the hole or get a positive fund balance, either of these scenarios would do so.
And can you clarify how it will impact us according to the audit again?
Regardless of which scenario we do, we will probably continue to get a finding as we are budgeting it to be in the hole, a negative fund balance. So as long as that, as we show each year in the budget that it'll be in the hole, it'll continue to be a finding. Similar along those same lines and the same finding is the solid waste fund. As long as that one continues to be in the hole, we'll get a finding. Hopefully that'll be done this year.
So we're looking at, if we were to pay back the loan right now, 15,000 or change or something like that.
It is $12,113.05.
That's more.
Say that number again, please.
$12,113.05.
Then again, what is our stem and trust?
Your principal balance, if you were to say that the SID is paid off, so the total you would have to loan or to give out if the SID was paid off would be $68,380.54. That's your principal.
With that
paid off.
added.
If you decide not to do it, it would be the difference of those two, which is $56,267.49.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
The, as scheduled, would actually end up with more money in the trust.
Right.
Yes, because, or,
Because you get that 6%.
yes, you'd get the 6% interest. However, this, that would be just principal that I'm referring to, the 68,000.
Right.
There is an interest balance of nearly $3,000 in there right now, separate from the principal portion.
What do you, would we be spending that interest?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Historically, we've just done it separately. So yeah. Yeah, so you'd have to add 3,000 to the available.
Right.
Mhm. And any interest that's been accrued as of year end, which I haven't calculated that.
So how about these type of situations? Just-
Any more clarification for Jesse?
Sorry,
No, I don't know.
do we have an option to rewrite the loan with 0% interest or to just kind of stop the paying?
We've done it in the past with the transfer station loan. We reduced the, interest from 5% to 3%. So I would imagine.
I'm just seeing if that would speed up the negative.
My understanding is that when you loan within your organization, that you do have to charge interest.
Okay, half
So
a
we just
percent.
0.5% of whatever.
Because that's by law.
yeah, we could, so we'll get it out further. I mean, just my concern would be this was for a sewer, it was funds from
Recreational.
for recreation, so I'm a little,
Yeah. I don't know where they,
Especially if you
made that scratch. Fortunately, we can all point our fingers at something else.
I always hesitate to do that because I know when I leave.
I guess there would be no way of rewriting a loan agreement that takes into account interest that's already been paid.
yeah, so we'd have to do some checking. What, we would have to do some checking.
I'm just,
Could do.
the negative fund balance, regardless of how we pay this off, is a big concern to me. And it will be there for another 6 years. And we have 2 of them, which
really bothers me that even ever happened. You know, we can't go back in time, but I guess my concern more, I mean, if we've been receiving a 6% interest payment, we've received much more than the original request then by receiving interest every year. So I was just trying to think of a way of, we take that into account with the payoff, knowing that we actually did receive funds in the form of interest. So this fund isn't as negative for as long. That's my creative financial question.
And leaving the money alone
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
is part of this trust.
We need to see if we have to pay interest.
Well, I'm sure you have to pay interest, but, well, I think the rate's negotiable. Maybe more trouble than it's worth, but, like any good loan, you've already repaid back the principal 2 or 3 times in interest.
At 6%, when year did this loan start?
2009.
Yes, and if you look back on the repayment schedule, there is a additional principal made in 2010, and I remember that we did that. We paid off a bit early because there were some assessments that were paid in full. If you look back on the loan payment schedule.
Page 79.
We've roughly earned since 2009 like $10,000 in interest.
Yeah, over the life of the loan, it looks like 16,000.
Yeah, it's right there, 16.
Oh,
for
sorry,
the life.
I didn't see that, but for the life.
Yeah, but very good.
So.
And then, you know, obviously, interest costs at the end here.
So, Jesse, this is getting to be a lot more complex discussion than I thought we would have. Just so we have a basis of where we started, do you remember what the amount of the loan was? And in what year?
68,000.
68,000 was the total that was loaned.
Page 79.
I think it was funded in December of 2008.
That's what it says.
This is all just Jesse's internal working documents. This isn't not what was passed by the resolution at that point in time. So,
Funding date is 4/31/08.
Okay, so far we've accumulated, if we would have paid this off all the way to 2019, we would have paid $16,000 worth of interest.
Correct.
Off of
The fund would make that.
$68,000 loan.
correct.
Okay.
And the majority of that interest, all of it goes back to Skillman. The majority of that, except for the 3,000, has been paid out to various entities who request the interest over the year.
Right. Okay. So the question before us, without getting too complex, would be, first of all, we know what we have in the Skillman Trust. Are we going to now take the principal owing, put it back into the Skillman Trust, along with the $3,000 interest you say is?
The 3,000 interest is already in the Skillman Trust.
Oh, the 3,000, okay, all right, so.
Make a
Let me
motion.
finish my thought here before I do it, otherwise I'll be gone. All right, so, so either we do that, or we leave it there, or we refinance it. Are those our 3 options? 3 options where we are refinancing.
I have a simple motion
You have a simple motion?
to resolve the problem.
Okay. So, but Darrell has a comment first.
Yes. I just, First Skillman Bank and Trust is not comfortable for me. I think I'm still in shock that we treated this as if it was a bank, this fund, and I'm completely in support of getting that money back to where it belongs.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah. So I move that, we take option 2 with the early payoff. Even though that's my motion. Justification for that is, for my motion, it's the early payoff. It gets the funds back where they belong. And we have, by this payment schedule of cash balances that Jesse provided, next one down, Lisa, yes, that we can clearly show our auditors the plan to get out of the negative fund balance, which I think is important to them. I think a lot of institutions probably wouldn't be able to even provide that. So I think the fact that we're showing that this will get paid off would sit very well with the auditors. So that's why I made that motion.
Okay, is there a second? Does everyone, do you understand the motion?
I'm moving that we pay back the Skillman bequest immediately in the lump sum payment of $12,772.
And I'll second.
That's original action items
Yeah, if we could just leave it
as written.
pay back to Stillman.
Yes.
That's written. Yeah, because I have
Well, that's what it.
12,100.
Well, we have 2 options of how to do it though.
Yes.
And I'm proposing a lump sum.
I think the lump sum is 12,113.
$12,113.05.
5 cents.
Okay, I'm sorry, they said 7.
That's what I second.
We heard a different number from, that's all. It's okay.
So
Let's start again. Can you restate your motion?
I move that we, well, that's part of it. Pay back the Skillman bequest from Special Improvement District SID 180 in one lump sum this year.
I'll second.
All right. Is there any other commission discussion? Public comment? Roll call.
Chairperson Bennett.
Yes.
Commissioner Holcomb. Yes. Commissioner Frazier.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Or
Commissioner Sandberg.
For
Motion passes. All right. All right, so why don't we have a motion to extend our meeting past 9:30, because I think we're going to go past 9:30. Is there a motion in a second?
second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, so motion passes. We move to, and voted to extend the meeting past 9:30. All right, so we should go into action item C, which is discuss, approve, deny, McNair Skate Park request for Skillman bequest funds. Ms. Lally, I'm giving the floor to Mr. Smith there. Okay.
My name is Derek Smith. I live at 320 South P. In light of all the heavy discussion, I'm going to make a really quick joke just to kind of lighten the air. So there's 2 fish sitting in a tank. One looks at the other one and asks, "Do you know how to drive this thing?" All right, I'm all sincere. So I want to thank you, the administration and the commissioners, for your time to review our application and the time you spent dealing with the Skillman Trust. I know it's been a timely manner. So Commissioner Schwartz was mentioning that it would probably be in our incentive to possibly ask for the entire amount. And I want to assure Commissioner Schwartz that even though our incentive would be to do that because we would be fully funded, we stand in support of the soccer fields. It is not whether it's the skate park or the soccer fields, it's about being outside. And it's about positive recreation and the way we can give it to the community, vet one organization against the other. I can't do that. And when it comes to the term of equity, I'm studying economics for the last 3 years and I can't answer that question. So, but what we as an organization are doing is we would like to request 50% of the fund. As we were understanding that this would be a substantial amount of money. It would get us closer to our point. It wouldn't get us to our goal. It would get us closer to the goal. And I don't know if it's the right amount to ask, but there's the question. So I'd be available for questions.
Any questions for Mr. Derek Smith here tonight? Clarification on the request? I know what you're thinking.
Right.
Questions? So is there any other questions? Derek? So you're looking for 50% of the $68,380.54, or whatever is going to be paid back in the balance left in the Spillman Trust. Is that what I'm understanding?
I actually listed the number that I based 50% off is the $56,000. So that's in the request that I have actually says $28,000. But
28?
Which was half of 56, I believe.
Because the type was so small I couldn't read it. Is it on the spreadsheet?
It's on the spreadsheet.
What can you tell us whereabouts? Because I can't.
It should say Spillman Trust on the left.
The only thing is I can't read the words.
I got it. Jim.
So, you do what line down is it? Wait.
Yeah, you can have to look at it. Yeah, not an execute.
It took me about 10 minutes to print that correctly for Tony Hawk Foundation.
So it's regular, there's the ounces of fuel.
I see it now.
It's right before. Okay. Yeah.
Does it say? It's 28,000.
So they,
That was based on the 56, 267, not with the payout. Which is roughly 68,000, am I correct? 68,000, yeah, round numbers.
can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Chairman, may I?
Yes, Commissioner Sandberg.
In your spreadsheet that I blew up on my iPad so I can read it, it has what you applied for. Oh, you have it there, the amount received, 30 match, 50 match. I got you. Thank you. Control this last question. When do you anticipate hearing back from the Tony Hawk or?
We actually heard back from Tony Hawk, and we're the first organization to receive the full award of $25,000 in the state.
Okay, so you did give that full amount. And what about the jet?
We're still currently working with Jeff Ament, and there's another pro skateboarder. Does everyone know who Jeff Ament is? Jeff Ament is a band member of Pearl Jam, grew up in Big Sandy, Montana, and he's basically become a skateboard philanthropic philanthropist. Another guy named Jake Brown. Jake Brown is another pro skateboarder who we've been in contact with through Mountain Sky. All of you in the skateboard world. Jake Brown, where he's becomes a phenomenal entity in the X Games, is he was the first skateboarder to do a 360 without grabbing the skateboard. That was in 1999, so it was a while ago. As he's taken the same approach as Jeff Ament, he is skate park for more interest. So, and we were contacted, we got an email from him that he's interested in doing something for us today. So.
Anyone else?
I just couldn't read it on my sheet that one. All right, so there's a proposal here. And is there any, Ms. Lowry, you got some perspective?
I would like to make a suggestion. We do have 2 requests before the commission this evening, and I think in order to be fair, maybe hear both presentations and then decide.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Sure.
I have a question for Derek.
Okay. Absolutely.
So Derek, tell us how much money do you have left to raise for the state park?
As it sits right now, we have about $75,000 left.
And you have potential coming in from 2 other entities.
We have 2 philanthropists that are looking at us, and we have not yet applied for other avenues. We're trying to purchase construction documents right now, and that will give us leverage to actually start chasing some other avenues for funding. But right now, like that's basically our strategy as well. So, can I answer your question?
Yeah, so we don't know how much
Well,
or when, and if we're gonna get, or your organization's gonna get more money from those 2 entities at this point.
We're not sure if we're getting money from them, but we've got a plan on the other grants that we're about to file as soon as we get construction documents. As it sits, we're still planning on digging March 1st. We're doing everything we can to make that possible. And with the enthusiasm that we have and everything, it doesn't seem like there's any reason we couldn't do that. So.
Okay,
Okay. Mr. Dickerson, we're gonna see what your request is here as well, since you're both here tonight. Yeah. You've been waiting a long time, so.
Well, so we started out with an initial request and then we went to the full request because of the way the rules were. What we are looking for, I believe at this time, would be 42,000, which would allow us to match the 42,000 that the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has given an initial positive yes to, which was based on the budget of $93,000 or $94,000 to complete the rest of the park portion of phase 3. Not that the money would only be used there, but that was kind of the basis for it. So that's where we sit right now. As simple as I can make it.
All right. Any questions for Jeff? Yes, Commissioner Sandberg.
So 90,000 completes the fields and the field house and everything. That's what you have outstanding to complete the entire project.
Correct. The one thing I want to make clear is that the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is a reimbursement. So it's not like you get the money, you still have to come up with 42 and pay it all out, and then they reimburse it. But it's not that we have that money in hand, it's a reimbursement. But they verbally committed to that. We're waiting for final documentation on that. And so.
So how does that work for your cash flow? How will you? I mean, if you have to come up with the funds and they reimburse you, how will you do that?
We have benefactors that would allow us to have that 42, knowing that they're going to get it.
Got it.
So that's where we sit right now. I don't have the final numbers on the field house itself. We're in that punch list scenario right now, and we're trying to take care of credits and additional expenditures. And Jesse was out really sick, and so not sure exactly where we are on that, but I think ballpark, we're about $20,000 within that range of paying everything off on the building, but I don't know exactly. Waiting for some of that stuff to come from the construction administrator and Jesse as well, because we have a bunch of money that, of course, we've paid that's still in retainage, and then we have some credits coming, and then we have a couple additional expenditures. So I don't know exactly where we are there, but my guess is around $20,000 is what we still will need to come up with to pay the rest of those bills.
So that's in addition to the 90 we're
And that's
discussing.
actually in addition to
So that's, we're talking 110 then, roughly.
correct, minus the 42 in essence. The 42 from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
So we have a request for 28, and a request for 42, and that adds up to 70. And we have 68. But I'm assuming, I thought Jesse said the 3,000 was already in there. Yeah.
I personally didn't understand it that way from Jesse, because I thought that there's the 68 was the principal and the 3,000 was another account, but maybe I
Well,
misunderstood.
That's what I thought at first too, but then she clarified and said,
It's already been paid into.
it's already paid into the trust. So what we have is 68, 380, 54. So the two requests right now would take us over now.
Reduce them each by $1,000. That's that.
What's that?
Reduce each one's request by $1,000, and we're done. You want to keep this thing going for the contract.
All right, so let's hear some discussion proposals here. We have two proposals. Are we in agreement? We want to modify it? Commissioner Sandberg, what's your thoughts?
I would like to modify. I appreciate the comments from Derek in regards to,
Working together?
well, not requesting the entire amount and knowing that there's other viable projects out there. And I think that was very admirable on his behalf. But I would like to see more of a recommendation of about 15,000 to each one with funds available for future projects.
Any other thoughts from other commissioners? This is, just so you know, don't worry about saying what you're going to say, because we're all going to be all over the place on this one.
Oh, yeah.
So don't get embarrassed about your logic.
Okay, I'll go next.
Okay,
All
see,
right.
I knew I'd
I would like to disperse all the funds in the trust between these two entities, and the amounts requested, obviously reduced to bring the trust to a zero balance. But I'm open for putting out 25,000 each.
Now, what's your thoughts?
I'm not thinking right now.
Oh,
There's just too many things. I said with my original, I'm pretty close to where it was original. It was in the 20,000 range. I'll keep it on push.
Commissioner Hoagland,
Um,
what's your wisdom for us?
I think we should keep a little bit, but I'm willing to give this. money away. I'm ready to give it away. But having a bit of a slush fund just makes me more comfortable, but that's maybe my own issue versus what's best for this situation. And so, I think we should keep a little bit. I guess it's my first vote. Second is give it all. And that little bit is not very much. I'd say max of like 8,000-10,000 to keep in the fund
Your little bit is
for future use.
maximum is 10,000.
Yep.
So we have, this is great. Okay, let's vote on Eric's questions now. So we have a range of 15-15, we have a 20-20, we have a 25-25, and we have a 27-27. With 10 left over. Change.
Mayor 15. 15 and 15.
Okay. So, what I'm seeing here is that there is a consensus to have something left over. Commission. Okay, what's that left over is varies widely. So can we? I like that union thing about doing it by draw. So we put shall we put these in a hat? We draw out the one. Is there a compromise in here that we can reach here? Yes, Commissioner Sandberg.
What are we paying to the soccer in cash to the soccer?
I had asked Jesse for this figure, and it's around, I want to say 80,000.
No.
In kind and value.
Not
in
cash.
But in kind.
I would,
The value she gave me was 80, whether that's a mix of cash and in kind, I'm not sure, it was around 80.
so the only cash that the city has spent on the new city park is the chain link fence along the east side. And there was some cost sharing on the ramps that we built to get into the 2 vault toilets.
And the vault toilets.
Yeah, there was other in-kind stuff done, and I have no idea what that figure would amount to. But those are the only 2 cash items that have been spent on that project. And I think the fence, well, let me clarify that too, because cash to buy materials and then in kind, because the city workers put the fence up. Whereas the cash for the concrete work to build those ramps, that was all cash. And I think the materials for the fence were around 10,000, if I remember right. And I know the concrete work was about $2,500 for each of us or something like that. And then there was some in-kind work done originally in very first phase, and that in-kind work was providing trucks and diesel fuel and drivers to haul sand into that project. That was probably the biggest in-kind. And there's been other in-kind services like hooking up the water lines and things like that.
So in these in-kind donations, whether it's the skate park or the soccer field, that work is done.
During normal business hours, correct?
Correct.
So workers are pulled away from what they would normally be doing to be working on these projects. Correct. Okay. We try to schedule them in, but there's always things to do.
Sure, okay, thank you.
Okay. So, is there a compromise in our wide discrepancy of suggestions here or proposals? We have anywhere from retaining $38,000 in the fund to retaining $10,000 in the fund.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Float a vote, see if it sells.
Yeah, we can do that.
Compromise on my behalf. I would move that we provide $20,000 to each entity with the remaining funds left for future projects.
So that's 40,000, 28 left over. Okay. Is there a second on that motion? Second. All in favor? No.
Get late.
Oh, this is why I don't want to go past 9:30. Okay, roll call, please.
Chairperson Bennett,
No?
Commissioner Vogler? No. Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandberg? Schwartz?
No.
Commissioner Sandberg?
4.
Motion fails. Okay, so that wasn't the obviously. So does someone?
I would like to make a motion that we award each one $25,000. For a total of $50,000 and retaining 18.
Is there a second on that?
The price is right. Stay focused for a strong finish.
Strong finish, we're getting there. We're slogging our way through it. Or at least that's the motion. We have a motion, is there no second? Give you 10 more seconds on the second. I'll second it. Oh, right on 0, very good, okay. All right, so there is a motion and a second. Roll call, please. Oh.
Give us those numbers again to make sure.
The roll call, the motion is
25
each.
Okay, with 18 under.
With 18 on board. Okay, roll call.
Chairperson Bennett?
Yes.
Commissioner Vogler? No. Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Yes.
Commissioner Sandberg?
Against.
Motion passes. So,
Just want to say I wanted to give you guys more.
I wanted to give it all.
Thank you very much for all of your time and energy into this, because I know it's been a monthly process, so thank you.
you're very welcome. Congratulations. All right. So, we are at determining finalists for city manager positions. If any of the city managers are listening in, we probably scared them all away after this meeting. There's probably no doubt about that. Did you get any text of withdrawals or anything?
Nothing yet.
Okay, well, we hope you didn't scare them away too badly. We had a little fun and it was a little tense at times, but this was an unusual meeting, I thought.
It's tense, though.
No.
Which is
I
good.
didn't get tense.
Oh, I know.
All right, so what we have here is I think, probably what we need to determine is, everyone was handing out some suggestions by the, city staff. And I'm hoping that each person brought with themselves, at least some names of who they'd like to have some personal interviews with here. So,
Can I just ask one question? Were we gonna limit it to a number? Of
yeah,
people
I
just
think
from
we're
an
probably,
expense?
probably that's what we should establish right now.
You know,
Unless,
3, 5, you know,
We should see
see what people.
what people, for instance, there's, I'm just gonna speak for myself, there's only 3 that I would like to interview.
Okay.
So maybe we should see
Likewise.
how many everyone is interested in before we determine who we're gonna limit.
Okay, so 3, Mel,
May not necessarily be the same rate.
Rel,
3, potential 4.
James, 4.
Okay.
So 3,
4, 4.
4, 2.
I will do this.
Okay. So, guess we gotta come to a decision on that.
Yeah, 3.5.
So arguments, pressure point, commissioners, why 3, why 2, why 4?
I think we should discuss candidates, because we may have different 3s, 4s, and 2s, so.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you tell me the candidates you'd like to interview? So,
Based on the criteria provided in the job description, I shouldn't say the job description, the advertisement of the criteria we were looking for, which really, and the input from the community members. Leadership, strong leadership, I think is a really key component from what I've gathered from the input of different areas, whether it be the commission or the community. Looking at that and then looking at all the candidates, I think one can always look at pedigree or diplomas and experience, which is one component of the process of decision making. But I think, as we all know, personality characteristics can be vitally important to the success of a leader of our community. I think there were some characteristics with previous administrative leadership that did not fit well with our community and caused stagnation and lack of improvements in the community. So I would request that as we move forward, we remember the key characteristics that we're looking for and keep those in mind, and realizing that everything on paper doesn't sum up a person. That being said, the 3 people I would like to see back, I'm very excited to see back. And I appreciated too that these 3 all expressed how excited they were at the opportunity to be part of our community. Those would be Mitchell, Halstead, and Carlos.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sandberg.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schwartz.
I like the fact that 2 of them actually responded with an email thanking us for their time, and that would be Halstead and Reesburg. And also Mitchell. And I will go with the 4th on Cardos. I like the youth there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going for 5?
3. I mean 4.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Friedman, are you? You ready?
Ready.
Okay.
The reason I said two is that like Halsted and Reedsburg, and I've already seen Mitchell.
Okay.
So I don't think we have to do that. So I
Oh,
definitely,
yeah.
Halsted's the top of my list.
All right, so, okay, so you thought Mitchell based on that, you've already seen him, so you didn't need to have him here yet.
Yeah, I did. I forgot about that.
Okay, Commissioner, Oakland, what's your thoughts?
I'm surprised people didn't rank up higher. As well as the,
That's fine.
okay, just I have to say, because, you know, the feedback came back from the staff as well, positive. So I have Halsted, Leesburg, Mitchell, and Graham.
Does everyone kind of mark that down on your own? Is that, oh, and I put, next to mine, I put Mitchell, Halsted, Cardos, Leesburg. I'll pass that down so everyone can look at it. So I guess the question, first question is from staff's perspective and commission's perspective, that there's a tendency here to go a little broader than limited to, so more people rather than less. So I see that, you know, 4 people. Looks like 4 people to me.
And those 4 would be,
Well, if you include, are you including the staff or James?
Yeah, we should take a look at that too, because they have one.
It means a lot to me because they have to work on a daily basis.
So there is one difference there on the staff. That's different here. Yeah. The difference is the difference between Mr. Reesberg and Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
would you like the tally of your votes? Well, not votes, but votes.
Sure.
Halsted was 5 out of 5, Mitchell's 5 out of 5, Reesburg's 4 out of 5, Cardos is 3 out of 5, and Kraft is 1 out of 5.
Commissioner Sandberg.
I think, since Mitchell was at the top, that he should be extended an additional, the opportunity to come back, because it's been a long time since we've been able, I mean, as we move this forward, he should be given an opportunity to discuss with staff, because it's been a long time since we had those conversations. I wouldn't want to just rely on what we discussed 3 or 4 months ago.
I agree with that. All right, so any suggestions? I really don't have a firm suggestion of how we do this, because input from the staff's important to me as well. Input. So there is a discrepancy between 2 of the candidates. So is there a way to resolve that?
I would just.
Ultimately, ultimately, it's, you know, our decision that we have to make. But on the other side of the coin is that the staff has to work with that person on a daily basis.
that means a lot to me.
But between the two candidates, I think it's important to reflect back on the interview we already had. And again, the characteristic traits that were portrayed during those interviews of those who are, say they're a team player, and those who say they're a team player, and you can actually believe that through statements provided during their interview.
One of the things I forgot to do, sir, Eric, is there anything we should be concerned about as far as discussion here?
What I would make sure you do is not comment on anything with respect to a protected class. And also, and Lisa sent out an email regarding that earlier, those specific classes, I wouldn't call those types of things out. And she can provide you a rundown of that too. And then also I wouldn't get into anything that you feel impedes on any of these applicants' individual right to privacy. Any medical stuff, and I don't know that they provided any of that anyway. But just if there's anything inside you that says we shouldn't talk about this matter because it's really private, then don't bring it up. And we can, if we need to discuss it, we can discuss it in the closed meeting. And Lisa was going to provide some.
I would just before, if I can just finish quickly, communication and the ability to listen to a different perspective really is key in that leadership role. I really think we need to make sure that the folks we're investing our time in have that characteristic of engaging themselves in the conversation and not necessarily wanting to be the conversation. Thank you.
Very well. All right, so what we have is if we're going to go by numbers here, there are when we combine the staff and the commission tallies together, we come up with 4 individuals. 5 if you want to include us, yeah. And that would be Mitchell, Halstead, Hardison, Leesburg.
I'll go my support for Leesburg to go to Graff.
Okay.
For what it's worth.
Well,
I just, I've struggled with Leesburg. I'm just worried he might be more of a say, but he's so qualified, and I bet that's the one I've really been struggling with a lot. And seeing that the staff ranks Graff at number 3, that means a lot to me. I'm easily swayed that way. So that's my reason for my change, to keep it down to 4.
Do we concur?
That's good.
I would love just a tiny bit more feedback on Carlos, in that I saw a lot of great, but I didn't see maybe what some other people did, and I would love to see feedback.
You want feedback? Well, I don't know. She can talk about it outside of it. I didn't see any government experience outside of the military. Young, very young. I mean, I think.
That's why I like him.
But he doesn't look like, so he doesn't.
So we have a pretty high numbers, so I guess I'm become somewhat as to why. The number for him is higher. Just, like I said, I saw a lot of great potential in certain things. But as far as city management, I wasn't connected to, so that was my concern. And I would love to know what you guys. I just used the word before, how it translates. Those experiences translate. So did anyone give me feedback on the positive?
Well, he has budget experience with different, a lot of different funding streams. He's also got the congressional side, so he's got the government side. I guess I look at military and city commission as they parallel in fact with all government entities. And there's a lot of similarities with rules and regulations of government entities, and the fact that you have to deal with rules and regulations to the extent. I mean, that's a similarity. So you're going to have unions. You're going to have financial restraints. You'll receive funds that will have different perspectives of how they can and cannot be spent. A lot of similarities in that way. Leadership skills, obviously those definitely transfer over. Whether it's military, private sector, government, a true leader is a gift. I'm not saying that I don't know enough about Mr. Cardos to speak completely to his leadership, but he seemed to have a strong statement of being able to work with people, help evaluate strengths and weaknesses, and work collaboratively with them to help them succeed where they may be struggling, and help those who are doing well even succeed more with perhaps more challenges, etc. I wanted I'm just going based on the notes that I wrote down. His leadership skills too, as far as not sitting behind the desk, getting out, getting to know people, getting in the trenches. He really seemed to me to come across as somebody who thinks before he speaks, and he's more of a problem solver. And I got the impression that he likes to think things through methodically first and come up with a plan. So proactive as opposed to perhaps reactive. The other components that I really enjoyed hearing from him is, back to the expression of team. I'd like to hear about not necessarily what I accomplished, but what I accomplished with my great team. Knowing that to succeed, your team needs to succeed. And also the fact that he used the term excited to serve the community. Says a lot to me. So those are the notes that I had, and helped me determine that I wanted to interview him further.
You want to provide some insight about some of the candidates you have to interview?
I think one of the strongest things I took from the community meeting we had was experience and teamwork and ability capabilities through leadership. It seemed like those were the two things. Am I right in saying those were two of the major statements by the community? So when I looked at these candidates, I looked a lot at that. Experience, people wanted local, we didn't get that. That was another one, and I think the third thing was local. And so experience does matter to me, and I think when I was choosing my candidates, I think that was probably at the, not the forefront, because leadership's more important to me than the experience, because I think you can lead and have some weaknesses and experience. But I wanted some experience and something that could show me they could translate it into a city manager that gets things done. So the reason I chose the people I did is based on their experiences, how they could work through our small town situations and move us forward through not just their experiences, but through their leadership, as well as I think some other things we talked about. Economic development, which was a big one that we talked about as well, probably number 4 on our list. And so I just go back to the reason I picked the 4 I did is because of those things. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm just gonna throw out wild ideas here because we're brainstorming. Seems like that's kind of the tenor of the night. We could invite 5. So do you think that would be? That's too far distraction. Just an idea. Just criticize it if you don't like it.
I'm just interested in 3.
Okay.
Of the other 2 on the question, I guess there's one other one, maybe, but another one I'm not interested in.
Other comments on that wild idea? No, just.
No, yeah.
Well, what we're at is that we have
2 yeses and 3 maybes.
yes.
2 yeses.
So we have
How many for?
2. Well, Quinn changed.
Yeah, I switched up.
So Quentin's Brown, Willis is Brown.
Me.
And then the staff.
And the
number
staff
3.
is highly, well, tied for second.
And then James and Mel. Is that right?
James, Well, Bell, and Quinn.
That's on staff.
I pulled mine if I had to
Oh, that's right.
keep grabbing in there. Because I do like his development. Unfortunately, his interview was horrible. Audio, audio-wise and everything else. But even aside from that, I got quite a bit out of that. Yeah.
So, there's 2 spot 2s. And 3 that are the same thing. Just go with 2, or we can stretch it out because just an initial interview doesn't always give you the full measure of a person. I think you don't really see a person until you see him in person. How they interact with the community, how they interact with the commission and staff. I personally lean towards more than less because, for those reasons. And then the other reason is that most of these candidates are probably looking at other communities as well. And if they get an offer from another community, then we have less of a pool to work with. So, plus it's really a big one for our meeting tonight. We never know how many people will, though they will see that we have a lot of creative and energetic conversation. So, it wasn't one of those boring meetings.
Well, see, it's down to where I thought 3 would do it, but back in the camp of 5, I don't know. I want everybody thinking, and I'm curious about, a couple too,
Okay, well, we have to decide.
Yeah.
We are the deciders.
Okay.
As it's been stated in the past.
I've already stated where I am, everybody else has stated where they are.
I'll go with 5.
Okay, Al,
4.
Ralph? We're just brainstorming.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the money.
I know, I want thinking of that too, yeah, but we're
It's a huge
investing,
investment,
we're investing,
that should
Why
be our.
not?
yeah, because
concern.
this is chunk change compared
We
to.
have someone here, so
I
it's
think
just.
we have somebody here.
We know we have people here.
Yes, we know we have someone in this.
There's actually 2.
I'm gonna say 5.
Was that 5?
Only because I'm gonna go 3 or 5.
Let's say you, James.
I'm down. My practical sense says, keep it at 3 and 4. My fairness sense says 5. Just because you never know what a person's gonna be like when you interview them, and they have a chance to state their case, when they're here in the community.
Well, let's do 5.
Too high.
It's too hard.
I think it's just too hard. I know it's an expense,
It's not
but
gonna be any easier when they're here.
yeah, I
to
know.
Make a decision.
I know.
The decision has to come down to one person, and that one
I can
person has to
resign.
want to be here as well. This is an interview on our community and us as much as it is for them.
Right.
Because they have to see the community, and after seeing the community, want to be in this community as well. Are the candidates aware of that they have to live within the city?
Yeah, that's on the path.
So can you, I'll make a motion,
Okay.
because I'm all about calling for the question.
We appreciate that, Eli, Sarah.
I move that we interview 5 candidates, Halsted, Mitchell, Graff, Cardos, and Reesberg.
I'll second that.
Okay, further discussion? Commission? Public comment? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Person Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hopper,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
No.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
4.
Motion passed. All right.
Can I just ask you to order wind for that day so we can see how resilient they are? I can't make it.
Snow.
Trump.
What?
No, that's a different thing.
No, don't bring in the presidential election. No. Okay, city manager comments.
I have none.
Have done. Commission comments.
Sorry, I have a lot, but they're more questions than anything. First of all, I'm hoping, and I guess I would like feedback from the rest of the commissioners with the interviews. I would love to be able to do, I think we did an hour each time previously. or we did an hour when Mr. Mitchell was here the first time. I would love to do more than one in a day, or more than one in an evening. Then to drag it out. So we get it done in 2 or 3 days, that would be great if feasible. It also helps me just, again, reflecting on what you heard last tends to stick with you and you lose what you heard the first time. So by doing it quicker and having more, for myself, it's easier to retain each person individually. Suze, was there a resolution on the bathrooms at the guest house? Are they open yet?
We are waiting for, some information from Manny Getz. They're not open yet.
Has anyone agreed to funding them?
In principle, yes.
So we're still back where we were. So we've missed the tourist season with bathrooms that are not open. Okay. I know about 3 months ago when we had the green box proposal from the Public Works Department with the finances of green cans of how expensive it was, but the finances were not correct. We still have not seen an update on that.
We're waiting for the solid waste study to be finalized, and that will all be incorporated into that one.
Oh, I understand that, but I want to see what their financial analysis was on that. And I had requested that. I wanted
Sent it out, but I thought we'd sent out the backup documentation, Excel spreadsheets.
No, because what they presented to the commission did not add up, and they were supposed to go back and look at their spreadsheet and figure out why it didn't add up. And yeah, so we have, I'd like to see that. The other I'm hearing, I guess I'll start with the most negative first and then go from there. I received a lot of information, some written, more verbal, about the increase of the drug activity in our community again. And people are concerned with the increased drug activity in our community and what's being done about it. I did reach out to Officer Johnson and received some good input. Chief Johnson, sorry, did get some good information from him. I just really think we have when you hear from the departments, the increase in activity, and you hear from the Missouri River Task Force, which helps in the county, their increase, and basically what I'm understanding is they can't keep up. I think something needs to be done, and that we need to have a discussion on how to help this problem in our community. Because we can build all the parks we want, and we can build all the infrastructure we want, but if people don't feel safe in their community and don't want to live here, none of that matters. We need a strong foundation to clean up this problem. So I would love to see that as a topic of discussion on what we can do proactively to help this problem.
Is there any objection to put that on as a discussion item? Is there a second? A second.
Thank you. Urban decay is another hot topic of discussion. I've had conversations with both Lisa and Eric, which I really appreciate both your work on this item, and I realize there's some stumbling blocks out of our control, but it's another big problem, and I get numerous phone calls. Nobody wants a junkyard next to their house. And I know Eric and Lisa, you're doing everything you can. And Eric, I think you're going to take some steps moving forward to try and get some changes, which when you feel ready, it would be great to have an update on that or share with the commission. Safety in our streets with campers and RVs and boats and other areas, parking where people can't see whether traffic is ongoing or not. Hearing from community members, if you have certain RVs or campers parked on both sides of the street, it's very difficult to get 2 cars down the road, which is a safety issue. I'm not sure if anyone else is hearing any of this, but I think it's really important. Again, I don't know if there's any ordinance or code based on how wide a vehicle can be parked on the street. I just am hearing from the constituents that they're concerned for safety of crowded streets due to parked vehicles. I know we have a lot of information in regards to various information with cats and dogs, being concerns to citizens. I know we have folks that are concerned about grading in their alleyways. I have received information with people concerned about our ADA compliance of access downtown on streets and sidewalks, which I realize some of them are going to be addressed. What I'm hearing from these people are that these concerns have been brought up for years and nothing gets done. We don't talk about it. They're being told, yeah, we'll come grade your street, but they don't tell them when to expect it, when it will happen. These people deserve an answer or some sort of communication to their concerns. I don't expect everything to get resolved overnight, but by not responding to our communities and citizens, we're not doing the justice to our community. You know, I just would like to know what are expected timelines that I can tell people that their issues will be addressed. How can I help them get their issues addressed? They may not be important to us, but they're important to them. So with this list of items, you know, I don't know what to tell these people, and I don't like it because they're all valid. I don't like not being able to know what to tell these people. These are all valid concerns to people in our community.
Can we have those concerns on it as a discussion item for next meeting?
Yeah, well, and I think too, just, you know, maybe I think Jarrell brings this up often about, you know, enforcements and ordinances and what are we doing to just address the foundations of our community? Maybe we just need to take a step back and reassess and not be moving forward with some projects until we get our foundations under control. It's hard to build when you don't have a stable bottom. But yes, I would love to have those items as a topic of discussion. So seconded by another commissioner.
In particular, I will second that, which should be on the agenda coming up, the ordinance. So ordinance or plans for a compliance officer or someone, some way of moving our ordinances to where they can communicate. So I definitely want to see that, and I know I asked for it to be on agenda. What else do you need a second?
Well, the various areas of urban decay, which I think Eric is working on, and can probably give us an update. People's animals running into other people's yards and taking up residency in other people's yards. And I don't know.
We have the ordinance. It's just, it seems to me a lot of things are being.
Most of, I think, except for the drug issue, I think a lot of what you're talking about are ordinance issues, except for the drug issue and the alley grading.
Yeah, and
It's
so
just a matter of enforcement. How do we do that?
right. And then so those issues. So yes, so it's kind of a twofold question of these items, which are ordinances. Back to what you were just stating, Jarrell, how do we get those enforced? Other situations like grading of alleys, potholes, etc. What's a reasonable expectation that a tax-paying citizen can expect a resolution for those items?
So maybe that would be, so we have a discussion item on ordinances. Another discussion item in regard to customer service, in regards to how soon should an issue that a citizen's having be resolved? The time frame.
Yeah,
That someone can depend on getting assistance with.
or even just communication that lets them know at a given time frame. So they're not just one serving. And then we had the safety and the safety issue with RVs, trailers, and boats being parked on the streets.
That's ordinance.
I think that would be
Oh, that's
ordinance
ordinance.
as well.
Okay, thank you.
And then you had something about ADA.
I have concerns from folks about the city not being ADA compliant with streets and sidewalks downtown, but I think with having those be addressed in the CIP, but maybe if we could just, this information came to me in a large packet anonymously. So it's very difficult to reach out to the individual to get clarification, but maybe if you know, a quick, I know Shannon has mentioned it before that it's part of the CIP process and we're doing those streets, but maybe just a reinforcement so constituents know we are aware and it will be addressed with the CIP.
That was specifically about downtown.
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz?
Man, I've said a lot tonight, and I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Commissioner Friedman? No, that's good. Commissioner Vogel?
Well, one is the ordinance, just checking a positive. So we went to Yellowstone on Sunday, and when you drive out of the park, there's an awesome sign that says Livingston that way. I don't know if anyone has noticed it yet, but it's awesome. It's a smallish sign, but it was very obvious, easy to read, and it's the first time that we've had a sign that points people from Yellowstone to us. Yes. Also another positive, so today when I was walking our dogs on their leashes, we were walking up to our house and I looked over and a falcon was eating a pigeon in the house, in the yard next to us. And I thought, so many people have talked to us about the pigeon problem. One of the proposed ideas is to get falcons to eat the pigeons, and then I saw one today, and then when I was driving to commission meeting today, the falcon was going around in circles above the underpass. So we have hope for our pigeons.
Problem
Yes.
solved.
Yep.
Yeah. Until the pigeons.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, pretty soon he'll tell us Falcon buddies, and we're gonna go, hey, we got a piece going on here.
Well, you can hire or pay for falcons to come to your town, where you have to get the breeding here. We have one that just came by itself. That's awesome.
So there are positive effects. All right, I think that those are a lot of good ideas, and that we got some of those on the agenda. I'm happy with that. May not all be on the 20th, but I'm happy with those. Some of those are dear to my heart as well. All right, so let's see, what else do we have here? Is there anything else we have to do? Let me see. Oh, public comment. Okay. Is there any public comment? Is there any public left?
Yes.
Oh. You already passed those things out.
No, I haven't.
Oh, there's something, okay.
I'm gonna pass them on again, just because we listed, and I want to thank you, Commissioner Hoagland and people who showed up at the centennial celebration. That was great fun. Just a couple of comments, and then I have something to pass out to you. When you talk about the business community is becoming cohesive, cooperative, working together, working hard to bring about economic health for our downtown. But we can't do it if we have ADA compliance that is projected out for the next 12 years under the CIP. you just aren't gonna be ADA compliant for 12 years, and it's only 5 blocks. At 4%, 4% adjustment for inflation under the PER. So I think it's time to begin to explore an SID for the downtown streets. And at that point, then we could get them done within 3 years. 5 blocks in 3 years seems much more reasonable to a lot of the downtown business owners. Just a comment there. Also, I'm just welcomed the addressing of our shops as far as economic development is concerned. Because if you look at a map of Livingston, you will see that at least 1/8 of the community is that landmass where the shops are. And we know that in 2018, there's going to be some major shifts from MRL to BNSF. We have to be aware of what's coming up in terms of the economic impact for this town. And the best solution we have to urban blight is economic health. And it can be done if the business community, as far as I'm concerned, is engaged in a very positive way. So comment number 1. Number 2, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna do it again. So.
This final grade.
What?
Just the final grade.
Final grade?
No. By the way, I think whoever's running for city manager should be just pleased as they could be having seen this meeting tonight. I think they'd love to come on board. I was there when we hired the last city manager, and there was not an eighth of the thoughtfulness that went into that. Then goes into this. Okay.
Sam.
You asked.
I'm talking about sand. I mentioned it last time.
You asked for this.
You asked for it. Okay. What we did is we had sand coming into our building since 2012 when they redid the streets. So we brought it to the city commission. I brought a 5-gallon bag of sand, bucket of sand. Now, what we did is we went ahead and put a filter into our building. And you can see right there, because right from the city water source, right, and it's a separator, so it will separate out the sand from the water. And as you can see, we're getting sand from the city. It isn't what it was said to be. We're getting sand. We're not getting a lot every time we empty out that separator, but we're getting sand every time we empty out the separator. And what's happened is, now we're beginning to see that a small crack in the sidewalk outside our building, where if you'll see this picture of the bench, you'll see that's where the water line comes in from the city, and that's where the crack has occurred. Our concern is this: if we can completely say, oh, well, they don't know what they're talking about, we put $3,700 into a separator, and that sand is beginning to leach out under the sidewalk, we could end up with something pretty serious. So we are again petitioning this commission, since you're our advocate, you're our representative, to please take a look at the sand situation at our building and possibly at other buildings. And the bottom right picture is sand coming out of our hot water heater, because over a 4-year period of time before we got our separator in there was every possibility that sand was coming into our entire systems, and it's now kind of beginning to, it's still in our system, it's still coming out of our system. So we're asking to take a serious look at this and not dismiss it, if you would you please. And this shows my son, the middle picture shows my son going through the process of cleaning up the separator. And so, this is for you. I'm going to pass these out again because these are the goals in here. There's a thank you to all of you, because without you and without all the groups that are involved here, we couldn't have had what we had. And we established, again, Livingston as the original entrance to Yellowstone National Park. And that travesty was correct. So thank you so much for your part.
Thank you very much, Patricia.
Thank you.
Ask a question.
Yes.
So the sand situation, if the sand was bad enough that Ms. Grable had to put a separator in, was that, just trying to understand, are we allowed certain parts of sand in our water, or are we as a city responsible for sand in the water?
I don't know how sand get in the water.
Because I know we had it at the high school, it always, I don't know how many plumbing issues we had because we always had sand in water. So why is it that some parts of town have sand in the water more than others? And why is it then up to the property owner to diffuse it and not the city?
What I can do is take a look at this information that's been provided, have our folks in the water department go out and take a look and provide you back with a report. I'm certainly not prepared to speak to it in.
So this issue has never been brought up before?
It has been brought up a year ago.
If I-
It has not. So
If I may answer that, because I can, and Patricia, I'm not gonna, you'll concur. Patricia brought in a bag of sand to us about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And the commission asked the administration to test it. And they tested it, and it was, public works, it was calcium. It wasn't sand.
Well, can I
But-
correct
but-
that because we had it tested as well? It could have been sand. It could have been. It's something other than what occurs within the pipe system.
Yeah, well, okay. So, well, it wasn't sand, so at that point, the commission didn't take any action because it wasn't what we thought it was supposed to be. So if it really is sand, we'll take a look at it.
It's something coming into our building. Whatever it is, it's not in the system.
not
It's coming
originating in
in
your
from the outside. And in fact, city water should not contain a particle in it, particulates. It should not, should have not. So,
Might be coming in from old pipes.
well, it could, what we think has happened is, it never happened until 2012. And they put in a new water line into our building when they redid the streets in 2012. So it could be that that wasn't quite correctly done. There could be some players or particulates could get into our line, or it could be something else. We don't know that, but we're not litigious. We're not trying to harm the city in any way. We have no interest in that. We just think that if we have put in a separator and it's showing that this is coming in through city water, then it should be addressed in some form. And certainly before, now that the cracks are showing up in the sidewalk and a few other things, that maybe this is something that is worth considering, please.
Absolutely.
And not dismissing, because we've been at it for a couple of years. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Right, any other public comment? All right, seeing none, entertain a motion for adjournment.
So
Not everyone was.
he beat me.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, this meeting is adjourned at 10:45. Okay.